This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I first laid eyes on the large Victorian house in Dover, Delaware, on a rainy afternoon. I had just purchased the property at an auction, hoping to turn it into a tourism spot. Locals called it the White House, even though the paint had faded and the wood panels needed repair. The architecture was impressive: tall windows, steep gables, and carved porch railings. I walked inside, noting the high ceilings and the worn hardwood floors. The air smelled damp, like it had been shut for decades. My plan was to restore it, run tours, and possibly host events. I knew it would require a large investment, but I believed it had potential. As I moved through the foyer, I saw a huge mirror on the main corridor's wall. Its wooden frame was dark, with strange faces carved into it, almost like gargoyles. The mirror itself stood taller than me, and the glass looked slightly tarnished around the edges. I remember touching the carved faces out of curiosity. The wood felt unusually cold, as if the piece carried a chill. The real estate broker hadn't mentioned this mirror, and my paperwork showed no specific note about it. I assumed it was part of the house's original furnishings. I hired a crew of workers to begin cleaning and fixing up the interior. We had a clear plan: repair the structural issues, update the wiring, and restore some of the original details to keep that old-fashioned charm. After a few days, 2 workers approached me, saying they didn't like working near the big mirror. They said it gave them a bad feeling. At first, I shrugged it off as superstition. Old houses can make people uneasy, especially when they're full of dust and dim corners. But as the days went on, I heard more complaints. One worker said he saw movement in the mirror when no one else was in the corridor. Another claimed he heard a whisper. I thought maybe stress or rumors were spreading among them. I tried to keep everyone focused. I told them we were on a deadline, and I expected them to do their jobs. Still, I noticed they avoided that section of the hallway whenever they could. One night, I decided to stay late and inspect the wiring myself. I wanted to see if the rumors about the mirror had any basis. The house felt empty. My footsteps echoed on the wooden floors. When I reached the corridor, I turned on a portable light so I could see more clearly. The mirror's surface reflected the beams of light, but in a muted way, as if the glass were tinted. I stood there, watching my own reflection. I saw only myself, the hallway behind me, and the corners swallowed by darkness. I felt a bit foolish, so I turned to leave. Just then, I caught a flicker in the glass. I spun around, but the corridor was empty. My pulse picked up a little. I checked behind me, but no one was there. I leaned in closer to the mirror. My own reflection looked normal, though the shadows behind me appeared deeper. I shrugged and told myself it was just a trick of light, but my heart was beating faster than usual. I switched off the light and decided I'd had enough for one night. As I walked out, I thought I saw something in the corner of my eye, but I kept moving and didn't turn back. A week later, workers refused to enter the corridor. They claimed they were hearing sibilant voices and seeing odd shapes in the reflection. One man said every time he walked by, his face in the mirror looked distorted, like it was twisted. He showed me how he would stand there, and his reflection would look fine at first, but then flicker into something else. I stood with him. I couldn't see what he described, but I saw how nervous he was. His hands trembled. Another worker told me the mirror felt cold when he walked past it, like it was emitting a draft. I decided to bring in an antiques expert to check the mirror. He was an older gentleman from a nearby town, specialized in Victorian-era furnishings. He ran his hand along the carvings, examining the pattern. He found a small maker's mark near the bottom, a name associated with an obscure craftsman from the 19th century, rumored to have made haunted pieces. The expert seemed uncomfortable as he explained the lore. He couldn't confirm if it was truly haunted, but he said the craftsmanship was unusual and that the piece had a dark aesthetic typical of certain superstitious artisans of that era. That evening, I set up a security camera in the corridor, pointing it directly at the mirror. I wanted proof that these stories were just imagination. I let it record overnight. When I came back the next morning, I reviewed the footage. Most of it showed nothing special, just an empty hallway. But around 3 a.m., there were faint flickers of light in the mirror's reflection, tiny glimmers that moved across the glass. I couldn't see any actual figure, but the lights were peculiar, like faint orbs drifting through. I showed the video to the workers, which didn't help morale. Some refused to keep working if they had to be near that mirror. I had to shuffle tasks around to accommodate them. The next few days felt tense. People reported hearing faint whispers or sighs if they worked late. A couple of them demanded hazard pay for dealing with what they called paranormal stress. I tried to maintain order, but I was frustrated. We were behind schedule. The house renovations had to continue. I decided we would remove the mirror and store it somewhere else, at least until the main corridors were done. 3 workers tried to lift it. The cables and straps kept snapping. The mirror didn't even budge. It was like an anchor. Another attempt ended with the frame jolting, and all the men said they felt a sudden chill. One guy cut his hand on a snapped cable. They gave up after that, saying it was impossible to move without heavier machinery. I had a crane operator come out to see if we could carefully hoist the mirror off the wall from the outside, but the house's structure was too fragile for that approach. The operator also noted the risk of damaging the mirror. I realized I might be stuck with it in place. Tearing down part of the wall wasn't an option if I wanted to open this place as a historical site. Frustrated, I told everyone to leave it alone for the time being. One late afternoon, I walked through the house with a contractor to finalize some estimates. We passed the corridor with the mirror. At first, everything seemed fine. Then I saw something in the reflection, someone standing at the far end of the hall. The figure wore clothing that looked old-fashioned, like 19th century attire. I stopped mid-sentence. The contractor asked me what was wrong. I pointed at the mirror, but the reflection was gone. My chest tightened, and I felt a wave of cold sweat. He looked at me like I was losing it. I muttered an apology and moved on. I couldn't shake that image from my mind. The next day, I decided to do a final test. I set up a night vision camera, letting it record from dusk until dawn. I watched the footage in the morning. Most of it was blank, but around 2:30 a.m., I saw the faint shape of a figure near the mirror. It was like a dark silhouette drifting across the frame's reflection. It looked vaguely human but blurred. My heart was pounding as I replayed it. No one was in the house except for me asleep in a different room. I had locked all doors. That was the turning point. I believed something strange was happening. I considered contacting a local paranormal group, but then I realized I didn't want more rumors circulating. My plan was to open a tourist attraction, not a haunted house fiasco. I also worried about scaring off the rest of my workers, so I decided to keep the results to myself. In the final week of renovations, I had an unsettling personal experience. I walked through the corridor late at night, alone. I felt a prickling sensation on my arms. The overhead light started to flicker. I turned around, and in the mirror's reflection, I saw a man standing at the far end of the hall. He wore a dark suit, a vest, and an old-style hat. He lifted the hat like a mocking salute. My stomach twisted, and I broke out in a cold sweat. I turned around to face the actual corridor. It was empty. When I looked back at the mirror, he was gone. My hands shook. I stumbled backward, nearly losing my balance. I could hardly breathe. I rushed out of the corridor. My thoughts spun. I knew I couldn't proceed with the original plan to run tours if this mirror was going to cause fear or confusion. The next morning, I made a decision. I covered the mirror with a thick drop cloth. I used duct tape around the edges to keep it in place. Then I sealed the corridor with plywood. I told my workers it was due to structural instability in that part of the house. They seemed relieved. Nobody questioned me further. I halted any idea of turning the mansion into a tourist spot. Instead, I told the bank and my insurance company that the building had hidden damage and we needed more evaluations. Eventually, I canceled the project. I left the corridor sealed, mirror still behind the cloth. The house remains in my possession, but it's locked up. I keep telling people we discovered major flaws in the foundation, so it's not safe. I pay for minimal upkeep, but I don't let anyone inside. It's become a drain on my finances, but I can't bring myself to sell it. Part of me fears that if someone else takes over, they'll try to remove the mirror. I'm afraid of what might happen if they succeed. I don't have a neat ending to this story. The house is still there, the mirror still inside. Some nights I dream about that hallway. I see the figure in old clothes tipping his hat. I wake up covered in sweat. I sometimes question what I saw, but then I recall the goosebumps on my arms and the terror I felt. I haven't entered the house for months, and I have no intention of going back alone. That's everything that happened. I set out to restore a Victorian property, hoping to turn it into a historical attraction. Instead, I found a mirror that defied my attempts to move it. It caused fear among my workers. It showed me reflections that shouldn't have been possible. I tried to hide it. I sealed the corridor. I ended the project. Now the White House in Dover stands empty, with that mirror locked inside. I'm left with a deep sense of unease that I can't shake. It's not what I planned for, but it's the reality I'm stuck with. I'd rather let that mirror remain unseen than risk confronting whatever it reflects in its surface. I moved to Denver, hoping for a fresh start. The apartment building sat on a busy street in the downtown area, an older brick structure with a peeling facade. It didn't look like much, but the rent was within my budget, and the location was convenient for my new job. I remember climbing the narrow stairwell to the third floor and feeling a faint smell of old carpet. The landlord pointed me toward my door, apartment 304, but I noticed a row of units labeled 301 to 306 along the hall. My place was at the far end, right before 306. I settled in quickly. It was a small studio with one main room, a kitchenette, and a tiny bathroom. The walls were thin, but I figured that was normal for an older building. The neighbors were quiet, which suited me fine. For the first few weeks, nothing unusual happened. I'd return from work around 6, cook a simple dinner, watch some TV, and go to sleep. The building creaked at night, but I got used to it. Then, late one evening, I heard a faint static noise coming from the wall near my bed. It sounded like a radio stuck between stations. At first, I assumed someone next door was fiddling with an old stereo, but it went on for a few minutes, then stopped abruptly. I shrugged it off, thinking it was an isolated incident. Over the next few nights, I noticed a pattern. The static would start around 11:06 p.m., not 11:05, not 11:07. Each time I looked at my phone and the clock read 23:06. The noise would fade after a few minutes, sometimes replaced by a whisper-like sound that I couldn't quite decipher. It didn't sound like words. It was more like short bursts of voice in between the static. It made my skin prickle. I decided to investigate which neighbor might be causing it. I knew the unit to my left was 305, and according to the mailbox labels, someone named Andrea lived there. The next door down was 306, which the landlord said was vacant. I waited until morning and knocked on 305's door. Andrea answered, looking half awake. I apologized for bothering her and asked if she had a radio or device playing at night. She shook her head. She said she usually went to bed early and she never listened to static or anything like that. She seemed honest. Then I asked about the occupant in 306. She shrugged and said it had been empty for months. She suggested maybe the building's wiring was picking up signals. I thanked her and left, feeling a bit uneasy. The static continued that night. I pressed my ear to the wall. It definitely came from the direction of apartment 306. I tried to knock on the wall to see if anyone would respond. No answer. The noise carried on for about 4 or 5 minutes, then cut out. Every time, it made my heart pound. The sound was so out of place. I decided to record it with my phone. The next night, at exactly 11:06 p.m., the static returned. I hit the record button. Listening through my phone's speaker later, I could make out faint voices in the static. It sounded like multiple people talking over each other. Some words were clear, like here or still, but most were garbled. It reminded me of when you tune into a shortwave frequency you're not supposed to catch. I saved the recording and tried to tell myself it was just interference from a radio tower. Still, it unsettled me. A few nights later, something changed. The static began as usual, but then I heard a humming noise in the background. My body tensed. It sounded like an electrical hum. I got out of bed, grabbed my phone, and walked into the hallway. The door to 306 was at the end. I stood there, listening. The hum was muffled through the door, but it matched the sound from my wall. I knocked softly. No one answered. The static continued, right behind the door. I placed my hand on the knob. Locked. Feeling bold, I pressed my ear against the wood. I heard a sort of crackling, then a voice, or maybe multiple voices, but I couldn't make out the words. My stomach clenched, and the hairs on my neck prickled. After a minute, everything stopped. Silence. I waited, heart thudding. Then I realized how odd it was that an empty apartment would have power to generate any noise. The next day, I approached the landlord. He was usually in the small office near the lobby. I told him about the late-night static and asked if someone was squatting in 306. He glanced at his files and said the apartment had been vacant for about 6 months, with no active utilities. He insisted no one could be inside without his knowledge. I pressed him to open the unit with me so we could check. He hesitated, but eventually agreed to meet me there in the afternoon. We went up to the 3rd floor, and he pulled out his master key. The lock turned, and we stepped into 306. The space was empty, no furniture, no appliances, no signs of life. It smelled musty, like it hadn't been aired out in ages. The landlord flipped the light switch, but nothing happened. He shook his head, saying the electricity was off. We looked around, and everything seemed normal for a vacant unit. Dust, bare walls, old carpet. Nothing explained the nightly static. I noticed no hidden devices, no cables, nothing that could produce sound. He left, shrugging. telling me to let him know if it persisted. I stood in that vacant apartment for a moment longer, taking in the silence. My heart still pounded, but I felt somewhat relieved. I assumed maybe the sound was just traveling from another unit's wiring, or maybe I was imagining it. I walked out and double-checked that he locked the door behind us. That night, I waited for 11:06 p.m. The static started again, just as before. My chest tightened. I left my apartment and stood in front of 306. I heard the same faint humming through the door. The air in the hallway felt stale and oddly cold. I knocked louder. No response. I tried the doorknob even though I knew it was locked. It wouldn't budge. The static seemed louder for a moment, almost like voices pressing against the door. Then it cut out. I felt my pulse in my ears. I backed away and returned to my apartment. I tried to sleep, but my mind spun. I replayed the recordings, hearing the jumbled phrases. One of them almost sounded like, "I'm still here." Another phrase might have been, "Come in." I couldn't be sure. My logic told me it had to be interference, but my gut told me something else was happening. The tension in my chest wouldn't go away. A few days later, I invited a friend over who had some experience with sound engineering. I showed him the recordings. He fiddled with audio software on his laptop, trying to filter out noise. He pointed out what might be multiple layers of voices, but it was all too distorted to identify. He joked about it being a ghost frequency. I half smiled, but it felt too close to reality. I had one more plan. I'd stand outside 306 at 11:06 p.m. with my friend, so he could hear the sound for himself in real time. We both went up. At 11:05, we waited. My friend stood there with a small recorder and a confused look. When the time hit 11:06, I heard the static, but he only heard normal silence. I tried to point it out. "Do you hear that hiss, that crackling?" But he shook his head. I pressed my ear to the door, hearing the faint hum. He said he heard nothing but the building's quiet hum from the lights in the hallway. I felt a surge of panic. I wasn't imagining it. I could hear it clearly. Yet he insisted it wasn't there. After about 5 minutes, I heard the static fade, and that was it. My friend looked at me with concern, like he thought I was stressed or hallucinating. I realized I was alone in this experience. The landlord wouldn't help. The friend couldn't even detect the noise. The occupant was non-existent. But every night, the same pattern repeated. Sometimes I pressed myself against the shared wall, trying to pick up words. My skin felt clammy. The voice fragments gave me chills. They seemed to reference being trapped or stuck. It was like hearing someone broadcast from a sealed room. Finally, I reached my breaking point. After one more night of broken sleep, I gathered some boxes and decided to move out. The building felt suffocating. I was tired of feeling uneasy in my own home. The day before I left, I told the landlord I couldn't stay. He didn't argue. He might have sensed my frustration. I left him a written statement about the noises, the times they occurred, and the odd recordings, just so he had it on file. He gave me a nervous nod. On my last night, I stayed awake in a half-empty apartment, waiting for the static to begin. It arrived at 11:06, same as ever. This time, it sounded even closer. The wall buzzed with a low hum, and I heard what I interpreted as a male voice saying short phrases, maybe numbers or a name. My body shook. I decided I would go outside, wait for it to stop, then come back to finalize my packing. I couldn't bear to be in there while it was happening. As soon as it faded, I finished boxing my clothes and personal items. The next morning, I loaded everything into my car and drove off. I felt a massive weight lift from my chest. I never found a logical explanation. Maybe there was a hidden transmitter or some odd wiring. or something more unexplainable. All I know is that apartment 306 stayed vacant, yet at 11:06 p.m. it broadcast static that only I seemed able to hear. I still have the recordings on my phone. I don't show them to many people anymore. They don't prove much except that I heard strange noises. But those few nights left a mark on me. I learned that sometimes you can't force others to believe something they haven't experienced themselves. I walked away from that building with unsettled nerves, relieved to be gone. If someone else moves into that hallway, I hope they never deal with the same late-night static from an empty apartment. Yet a small part of me wonders if it's still broadcasting, waiting for a new listener at exactly 11:06 p.m. every night. That's a mystery I don't plan to revisit. I set out for the Adirondack Mountains with a small tent, a lightweight backpack, and a plan to spend 2 days in solitude. I wanted to leave the noise of my everyday life behind. The forecast predicted mild weather, so I drove up early and reached the trailhead around midday. I parked my car, checked my gear, and began hiking into the forest. The pine trees stood tall on both sides, their branches swaying in a gentle breeze. The air smelled fresh, and the trail was damp from recent rain. I walked for several hours without seeing another person. The path led me past a small stream, where I stopped to refill my water bottle. The sound of rushing water felt peaceful. I continued deeper into the woods, hoping to find a suitable spot to set up camp before sunset. The terrain got steeper, and I had to push through thick underbrush at times. Eventually, I found a flat clearing surrounded by tall pines. It seemed perfect for my tent. I unpacked, set up my small shelter, and gathered some wood for a small fire. The air cooled as the sun dipped behind the tree line. A hush fell over the area, broken only by occasional bird calls. I cooked a simple meal on my portable stove and sipped water while I watched the last of the daylight fade. I felt content, thinking this was exactly what I needed: quiet and nature. Once darkness settled, the forest came alive with insect sounds. The wind rustled leaves high above. I crawled into my tent, zipped up the flap, and turned off my flashlight to conserve batteries. I tried to sleep, but everything around me felt strange and unfamiliar in the dark. Eventually, I dozed off. A few hours later, I woke to a long, drawn-out howl. It wasn't like a wolf's call or the yip of a coyote. It sounded more like a moan, deep and echoing between the trees. My body tensed. I lay there listening. My heart thumped in my chest. I reached for my flashlight and unzipped the tent just enough to peek outside. The fire embers glowed faintly, and the forest looked like a wall of black. I heard nothing else, so I assumed I might have imagined it. The next morning, I felt uneasy as I stepped out of the tent. I tried to brush it off as standard fear of unknown sounds at night. The sun was bright, and the forest seemed harmless now. I prepared a quick breakfast and decided to explore the area around my campsite. I walked in a loose circle, checking the ground for tracks or anything out of the ordinary. About 20 yards from my tent, I found large imprints in the soft earth. They weren't shaped like normal animal tracks. They looked almost like giant paw prints, but too wide and with a strange arrangement of toe marks. My stomach clenched. I took a few photos with my phone. I tried to guess what could have made them, but nothing came to mind. I continued exploring, scanning the ground. Branches were snapped at unusual heights, higher than I could reach without jumping. It looked as if something big had moved through, pushing aside the foliage. Each time I discovered these broken branches, I felt a spike of anxiety. The day wore on, and I didn't encounter anyone else. No hikers, no rangers. By late afternoon, I returned to camp. The quiet felt heavier. I decided to build a stronger fire that evening, hoping the light would make me feel safer. I sat by the flames until darkness fell, listening to the forest. At times I thought I heard distant rustling, but I couldn't be sure if it was an animal or just the breeze. Then, just after I crawled into my tent, I heard the same mournful howl from the night before. It was closer this time. My heart pounded so hard, it felt like it would burst through my rib cage. I switched off my flashlight and stayed silent, trying to figure out if the sound was moving closer. The howl ended, replaced by a rustling of branches. I carefully unzipped the tent flap. The moonlight gave me enough visibility to see outlines of the trees. My fire had died down, leaving only embers. My eyes adjusted, and I noticed a tall shape among the shadows. It stood upright, much taller than a person. Its limbs looked long, and it had some kind of grayish fur. It moved slowly, as if scanning the area. I froze, barely breathing. The creature turned its head, and in the moonlight I caught a reflection in its eyes. They glowed faintly, almost like an animal caught in a car headlight. A soft whimper or cry escaped it, somewhere between a howl and a sob. My hands shook. I pressed myself flat against the ground of the tent, not wanting to be seen. The creature lingered for a few moments, then sprinted away with startling speed, disappearing into the dense trees. Branches cracked in its path. I didn't move for a long time. My thoughts raced. I tried to convince myself I'd seen a large, misshapen bear, but deep down, I knew it wasn't a normal bear. The proportions were all wrong, and the fur looked patchy in places. I hardly slept. Every small sound outside the tent made me jump. The air felt colder than before, and I kept imagining those eyes. When morning came, I packed my gear in a rush. I planned to leave as soon as possible, but before I could pack everything, I heard distant snapping of branches again. I stopped moving, heart pounding, and waited. The sound receded, so I continued. Once I had my backpack strapped on, I started hiking back toward the trailhead, keeping a watchful eye on my surroundings. As I walked, I saw more of those strange footprints in the mud. They appeared to follow a meandering path through the undergrowth. At times, broken branches overhead indicated the thing had moved on two legs, at least occasionally. The further I went, the more I felt watched. Several times I paused, scanning the trees, gripping my trekking pole like a weapon. But I never saw the creature in daylight. Midway to the trailhead, I heard another wail echo through the pines. It sounded closer. My pulse raced, and I hurried my pace. The undergrowth rustled about 50 yards away. I caught a glimpse of movement, a tall figure weaving between the trunks. I couldn't see detail, but the shape was upright. Fear spiked, and I considered running, but I worried that sprinting would draw it toward me. Instead, I kept my brisk walking pace, avoiding sudden moves, and hoped it wouldn't approach. I reached a point where the trail widened near a small stream. There, the sound stopped. Everything felt too quiet. My chest was tight and my legs were shaking. I forced myself to keep going. No one else was around, no hikers, no rangers. I felt alone and exposed. At some point, I nearly stumbled over a root because my mind was too focused on listening for that creature. After that, I had to force myself to watch the ground carefully. Eventually, I made it back to my car. My relief felt overwhelming as I tossed my pack in the trunk. My hands trembled and my breathing was uneven. I drove straight to the nearest town, a small place with a ranger station. I showed a ranger the photos of the strange tracks, but he shook his head, saying they could be distorted bear prints or partial moose tracks. He didn't have a firm answer. I told him about the broken branches and the silhouette I saw. He shrugged, suggesting maybe a bear with a skin condition or a large injured animal. I could see he was trying to be reassuring, but he looked uncertain. I left the station feeling unsatisfied and still on edge. Over the next few days, I tried to replay the encounter logically. I considered the possibility of a misidentified bear, or even a person in a costume, but nothing fit the strange proportions I witnessed or the odd, sorrowful vocalizations. I looked up local legends or cryptid stories in the Adirondacks, but I found only vague rumors. Some people reported sightings of a tall, hairy figure, but details varied. I still have the photos of the footprints. Whenever I look at them, I get that uneasy knot in my stomach. They're large enough that no normal animal I know could match them, not in that shape. Friends who see them dismiss them as hoaxes or anomalies. Sometimes I think about returning with better equipment and maybe a group of people, but my fear outweighs my curiosity. The memory of those glowing eyes and that haunting cry keeps me from going back. That experience changed how I view the wilderness. I still hike, but I prefer well-traveled trails now. I don't go off alone for days at a time. I keep more gear with me, including a camera with a better zoom lens, just in case. At night, I sometimes recall that shape standing in the moonlight, the ragged fur shifting on its body. I hear that anguished howl echoing through the trees. It felt more like sadness than aggression, but it still terrified me. I can't explain what I saw. Maybe it's a species we haven't documented, or an animal with an unusual condition. Whatever it was, it left a deep impression on me. It looked almost lost, or in pain. That doesn't change the fact that it made my nerves stand on end. I left those mountains feeling shaken, yet somewhat sorry for whatever that creature might be enduring out there in the dense woods. I haven't shared my story widely. Most people either don't believe it or think I just misread the situation. That's fine. I know what I saw, and I'll never forget it. If someone else stumbles upon the same presence, I hope they handle it with caution. There's more in those forests than we realize, and I learned that lesson the hard way. Now I stick to safer paths, and I keep my guard up if I ever hear an unfamiliar howl in the night. First visited Music Rare when I was 17. The store sat in a quiet part of Springfield, near a few closed-down shops. A simple neon sign, half burned out, announced Music Rare. Inside, I found dusty bins of old vinyl records, some dating back decades. An elderly man, Mr. Halley, greeted me. He had a gentle smile and a shaky voice. He always wore a brown sweater and thick-rimmed glasses. Over the years, I became a regular, stopping by to look for rare finds and talk about music trivia. He knew every album's history, every release date, and every obscure fact. I always left with something interesting. When Mr. Halley passed away, I felt a sense of loss. The new manager, a younger guy named Dave, took over the business. He kept the store running with the same layout, though he updated the signage a bit. He seemed polite, but he lacked Mr. Halley's passion. Still, I visited Music Rare almost weekly, flipping through used records and searching for anything unusual. Some days I stayed until closing, chatting with Dave about old rock albums. Then I'd head home, satisfied with a new record under my arm. One night I was walking home after a late shift at work. I passed by Music Rare around 10:30. The place was supposed to be closed. The lights were off, but as I glanced through the front window, I saw a faint glow inside. It looked like the ceiling fixture above the main display bins was on. I stepped closer to the glass. Sure enough, I saw a silhouette of a person moving between the shelves. It made no sense. I checked the hours posted on the door. The store had closed at 8. I tried the handle. It was locked. I peered through the window again. The figure seemed to flip through albums on the back shelf, the same spot where Mr. Halley used to organize his favorite records. My stomach felt tight. I knocked on the glass, calling out, "Hello?" The silhouette froze, then vanished into the darker part of the store. My heart kicked up a notch. I waited, expecting someone to come to the door. No one did. After a minute, I walked away, feeling unsettled. I didn't see a car parked out front, and there was no sign of forced entry. Yet someone was clearly in there. The next day, I swung by to see Dave. I told him I'd seen someone in the store after hours. He looked confused and said he had locked up at 8. He told me he went straight home afterward. No one else had keys. He said maybe I'd just seen lights from a passing car or a reflection, but I felt sure of what I saw. A few days later, I passed by at about the same time. I noticed the lights in the store were on again. This time, a faint glow illuminated the middle aisle. I moved closer, pressing my face to the window. I could make out a person standing near the vintage rock section. It was that same silhouette, the posture reminding me of an older individual, slightly hunched. I shouted, "Hey, what are you doing?" The figure turned toward me, then faded away as if stepping behind the shelves. I tried the door. It was locked. My pulse raced. My palms were sweaty. I didn't try to break in. I just waited. But the lights flicked off about a minute later, leaving the place dark again. That weekend, I brought a friend, Carlos, to see if he could confirm what I was experiencing. We stood outside at 10 p.m., watching. At first, the store stayed dark. We were about to leave, thinking maybe I was just jumpy. Then, at about 10:30, one of the overhead lights switched on. We both saw it happen. We froze in place. A shape moved behind the main counter. Carlos grabbed my arm. We watched the silhouette lift what looked like a record. It seemed to study the album cover, tilting its head. Then it set the record down. Carlos whispered, "That's impossible. Nobody's in there." We stayed silent for a moment, unsure of what to do. Eventually we knocked, but no one responded. The light turned off a few seconds later. The following day, I returned to the store during business hours. Dave was at the counter, sorting through a box of used records. I told him about the light. He shook his head and said the wiring must be faulty. He insisted no one was inside at night. I told him it didn't feel like a simple short circuit. He shrugged, said he'd call an electrician. But he seemed uneasy, like he didn't fully believe his own explanation. Over the next week, the same pattern repeated. Late at night, a light would go on, and the silhouette of a person would appear, flipping through records or moving behind the counter. I noticed the figure often stood in front of a certain section. That section contained older jazz and swing albums, categories Mr. Halley loved. It felt like the old man's nightly routine, except he wasn't alive anymore. I started asking around. A few neighbors admitted they saw lights at odd hours, but assumed Dave was doing inventory. Others said they heard faint music coming from inside when they walked by late at night, but they dismissed it as their imagination. One older resident, who used to chat with Mr. Halley, said the store had always felt special, especially the back corner where Halley kept his prized records. That corner now seemed to be the spot the silhouette favored. Feeling more determined, I searched the bins for anything that might offer a clue. I found notes Mr. Halley had scrawled on index cards, wants, favorites, missing titles. There was one record in particular that appeared multiple times, a rare pressing of a 1960s jazz album. I'd never seen it in the store, and I knew Halley had looked for it for years. He told me once that it was the key piece missing from his collection. I recalled him saying, "If I ever find that, I can rest easy." I asked Dave if he'd encountered that record in the store. He said no. He barely remembered Hallie's obsession with it. But something clicked in my mind. Maybe if I could locate that album, I could do something about these nightly appearances. It sounded strange and superstitious, but I didn't have a better plan. I started searching through old crates in the back. They were covered in dust, stacked behind the staff room. Dave let me poke around, though he thought I was wasting time. After a few days of digging, I stumbled on a pile of records Hallie must have stored away. I flipped through them one by one, coughing from the dust. My heart jumped when I recognized the title. It was that elusive jazz album Hallie had always talked about. The cover was torn, and the vinyl was in a rough paper sleeve. I inspected it. The label matched the rare pressing Hallie had described. I felt a surge of excitement. I had no real proof, but something in me believed this was connected to the late-night sightings. That night, I came to the store around 10. I placed the rare album by the front window, propped up so someone inside could see it. Then I stood across the street, waiting. Right on schedule, around 10:30, the interior light came on. The silhouette appeared, moving toward the front display. My heart pounded. I saw it pause, as if noticing the record. It reached out. The cover quivered. It looked like the silhouette was lifting the album carefully, examining it. Then the figure seemed to bow its head. The store lights flickered once, then went off completely. I waited another 10 minutes, but the lights stayed off. The silhouette didn't reappear. I walked up to the window and saw the record resting on the inside ledge, slightly shifted from where I'd placed it. That told me it had been touched. My pulse raced, and I felt the hair on my arms stand up. I kept glancing around, expecting to see someone, but the store was empty and locked. The next morning, Dave called me. He said, "Hey, did you move that old jazz album? I found it up front, not in the crate." I explained that I'd put it there as part of a personal project. He shrugged over the phone but sounded a bit uneasy. He admitted that for the first time in weeks, the store alarm hadn't tripped overnight. Apparently, the alarm sensor near the back corner used to detect motion, but last night it stayed quiet. Over the following days, I passed by the store at night, curious to see if the lights would still come on. They never did, not once. No silhouette appeared. Everything remained dark, just like any other closed shop. The odd occurrences had stopped. Dave told me that he no longer found shelves disturbed in the morning. No records were out of place. He even said the strange flickers from the old wiring disappeared. It was as if something resolved itself. That final detail made me feel a strange mix of relief and sadness. I had grown used to seeing that figure, even if it unsettled me. Part of me believed Mr. Hallie had returned, searching for his missing record. Now that it was found, he had no reason to linger. I can't prove it, and I know how it sounds. But the sudden stop in late-night activity after finding that album convinced me. Music Rare remains open, with Dave running the place. I still pop in once a week, scanning the bins for anything interesting. I sometimes catch a glimpse of that rare jazz album behind the counter. Dave keeps it there as a conversation piece, though it's not for sale. He says it belongs with the store's history. People occasionally ask about Mr. Hallie. I don't share all the details. I just say he was the heart of this place, and maybe he still watches over it in his own way. After that whole ordeal, I can't look at the store the same way. I feel a sense of calm when I browse those shelves, like the space is finally at peace. I'll stand in front of the display, remembering the nights I saw that silhouette flipping through records. If a stranger asks me about it, I might admit that I once saw something strange in there after dark. But I doubt they'd believe the entire story. If they did, they'd probably look over their shoulder too, half expecting to see a faint outline of a collector who never stopped searching for that final missing piece. For me, I'm just glad he seemed to find what he was looking for. I first noticed the telephone booth on a quiet street in Salem while walking home after a late evening out. It was an old-fashioned glass-paneled structure, placed on a corner that saw little traffic at night. The metal frame had rust spots, and the handset hung at an odd angle inside. A single street lamp illuminated the booth, and the rest of the street lay mostly in darkness. I didn't pay much attention to it at first. I assumed it was out of service or rarely used. One night, around 11:30, I passed that booth as usual, expecting nothing. It was cold, and I pulled my jacket tighter, eager to get home. Suddenly, the phone rang. I paused and glanced around, thinking maybe I was mistaken. But the ringing continued. I stepped closer, unsure why a payphone in such a deserted area would ring. I peered into the booth. The phone rested in its cradle, ringing loudly. My heart rate picked up a little. I felt a strange urge to answer. Part of me worried it was a trick or some prank, but curiosity won. I lifted the receiver. All I heard at first was static, a crackling hiss that made me strain to listen. Then a faint male voice cut through. It said one word, "Sarah?" The tone wavered, as though the person on the other end was both hopeful and anxious. I responded that he had the wrong number and asked who he was. He didn't reply. The static grew louder, and then the line went dead. I hung up, feeling a slight chill. I waited a moment, unsure if it would ring again, but it stayed silent. I hurried home, trying to convince myself it was only a random misdial. But it felt odd, because phone booths in Salem were largely discontinued. The following week, I went to the same area around 10 at night. I'd just left a friend's apartment. The wind was strong, and the street was nearly empty. My eyes were drawn to the phone booth again. Something about it unsettled me now. As I neared, the phone rang again. That same loud, clanging sound echoed in the dark street. No one else was around. I considered ignoring it, but the ringing got under my skin. I stepped into the booth, feeling a light trembling in my fingers as I picked up the handset. I heard static for a second, then the same male voice. He sounded weak, like he was far away. "Sarah?" he said again, then paused. "Please, Sarah, I need to talk to you." I answered that there was no Sarah here, that I was just a random person. He sounded desperate. "Don't go," he whispered. "I'm sorry. I never meant to leave you." I tried asking him questions, his name, where he was calling from. He only repeated, "Sarah, please," before the line fell silent again. I stood there a moment, gripping the phone. I felt a dull knot in my stomach. It was obvious this wasn't a normal wrong number. A couple of nights later, it happened again. I had a late shift at work, and I walked by the booth shortly after midnight. The ring pierced the quiet street. I cringed, my nerves on edge. I picked up, and the man's voice called for Sarah once more. This time, it sounded strained, almost on the verge of tears. He said, "Don't leave me again. Talk to me." I tried to explain he was calling a public phone and that I wasn't Sarah. The voice continued, more urgent. "Please, Sarah, don't shut me out," he said. Then there was a brief crackle of static. I heard faint sobbing or something like it. Then the line died. My heart beat fast, and I realized my breathing had grown shallow. I told a friend, Jenna, about these calls. She teased me at first, suggesting it was a local teenager playing a prank. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something else was going on. The man's voice sounded authentic, full of pain. I decided to check city records or old newspaper archives, looking for any mention of a Sarah who might have gone missing or died near that intersection. I spent an afternoon at the local library's microfilm station, skimming through articles about missing persons in Salem. One article from decades ago mentioned a young woman named Sarah who disappeared mysteriously. Her fiancé had tried everything to find her. The details were vague, and I couldn't confirm if it was the same case, but the timing matched the era when that phone booth might have been installed. I grew more uneasy passing by the booth. Yet, on some level, I also felt drawn to it, like I needed answers. Late one evening, around 9:30, I purposely walked that route, hoping the phone would ring. It stayed silent. I waited by the street lamp, my arms crossed, feeling self-conscious. After 10 minutes, the phone rang. I jumped. It was louder than I remembered. I grabbed it before the first ring ended, pressing the handset to my ear. Static at first, then the man's voice. "Sarah, please come back. I'm alone." I told him calmly, "I'm not Sarah, but I want to help. Can you tell me your name?" He didn't answer directly. He just spoke in broken phrases. I tried calling. She never answers. I can't move on. I asked what happened to him. He repeated, "I can't move on." My heart hammered. I sensed a deep sadness in his tone. I asked where he was, but the static rose again. Then the line clicked off. I decided to approach the city's utility department to find out if that phone line was even active. I explained that a public phone booth on that old street rang at random hours. The clerk pulled up records and said the phone had been deactivated years ago. No active billing, no maintenance. He even noted the phone number was out of service on record. There was no reason for it to ring. That confirmation sent a chill through me. I tried to trace the number by calling it back from my cell phone once. All I got was a recorded message saying the number was invalid. That left me with no direct way to contact the caller or see who it might be. Yet the phone kept ringing if I was in the area at night. At one point, I spoke to a local historian who collected stories about Salem's lesser-known corners. He said the phone booth might have been installed in the 1970s, that it had survived multiple upgrades, and that some people whispered it was haunted. He didn't have details. He just knew rumors about a man who desperately called for a lost love. When I asked if it could be connected to that missing Sarah story from the newspaper, he shrugged. He said oral legends can get messy over time. The calls continued sporadically. Some nights, I didn't hear anything. Other nights, the phone rang as soon as I stepped within a few feet of it. Each time, the man's voice asked for Sarah, begged her not to abandon him, or apologized. Sometimes he mumbled about, "I'm sorry I couldn't protect you." I'd respond, repeating that I wasn't Sarah, that I was only a stranger. He never seemed to fully register my words. If I pushed too many questions, the static would intensify, and he'd vanish. I'd hang up, my heart pounding, wondering if there was anything I could do. Eventually, the experience started wearing on me. I dreaded walking that route, but it was often the fastest way home. The phone booth became a source of anxiety. I felt a dull ache in my chest every time I heard that ring. It wasn't just fear. It was the sadness in the caller's voice, like he was stuck in a loop, replaying a conversation that never ended. One particularly cold night, I walked a different route home, adding 10 minutes to my commute. I just didn't want to risk hearing that mournful call again. But a week before I moved out of Salem, I had no choice but to pass that block. It was the only way from the bus stop to my apartment. The street was almost empty. The wind blew, ruffling my jacket. I kept my eyes on the sidewalk, trying not to look at the booth. Sure enough, the phone started ringing. I felt a strong urge to ignore it, but my curiosity overwhelmed me one last time. I stepped inside, lifted the receiver. The voice came through softer than before, barely audible under the static. He said, "Sarah, if you can hear me, forgive me." I whispered that I wasn't Sarah, that I hoped he found peace. The voice cracked with emotion. I heard what sounded like a quiet sob, then a final whisper, "I'll keep calling." The static cut out, leaving silence. I realized tears had formed in my eyes, even though I didn't fully understand the story behind this call. That was the last time I answered. I moved to another city soon after. During my final week in Salem, I avoided that street entirely. I never told most people about those calls because I didn't want them to think I was delusional, but part of me wanted to place a sign on the phone booth that said, "This line calls for Sarah, but she's gone." Of course, I didn't do that. Months later, I still think about the booth. I wonder if it still rings. Sometimes late at night, I recall the trembling voice asking for forgiveness, repeating a name that no one answers to. I think about how this might be a final echo of a tragedy from decades ago. Maybe it was a fiancé who never stopped trying to find his missing love. I can't confirm any of that. All I know is the raw ache in his voice and the strange static that separated us. That's all that remains for me. Just a memory of a voice calling for someone who never picks up. If I ever visit Salem again, I might stop by that corner, but I don't think I'd answer the phone. Some things, I've decided, are best left in the past. First heard stories about strange voices under Charleston Lake from an older diver named Derek. He told me about local fishermen who swore they heard muted conversations rising from beneath the surface at dawn. Most people assumed it was some echo in the water or passing boats, but Derek insisted there was more to it. That stuck in my mind. I was an amateur diver back then, looking for new places to explore. Charleston Lake, near Kingston in New York, seemed calm from all the pictures I'd seen, just a typical scenic lake. I decided to experience it for myself. I drove up on a weekday morning, arriving before noon to avoid crowds. The parking area near the public boat launch was almost empty. A chilly breeze blew through the trees, and the lake looked vast and peaceful. The sun was bright, though patches of cloud drifted overhead, causing shadows to move across the water. I felt a stir of excitement and mild apprehension. I was used to ocean dives, but lakes can have their own mysteries, murkiness, sunken debris, and unpredictable currents. I carried my gear to a small wooden dock. The boards creaked under my weight. A couple of fishermen stood farther down, chatting softly about the day's catch. They didn't pay me much attention until I started unpacking my scuba equipment. Then one glanced over and asked if I was new to the lake. I nodded, and he just said, "Be careful down there. It's deeper than you'd think." I wasn't sure if he was serious or just trying to spook me, but I kept it in mind. Charleston Lake was rumored to have pockets of great depth. Once I suited up, I double-checked my regulator, tank pressure, and mask. The routine steadied my nerves. The sun glinted off the surface, and the breeze sent small ripples across the water. I slipped into the lake, feeling the sudden cold against my wetsuit. My body tensed at first, but I calmed myself by breathing slowly through the regulator. The water clarity near the dock was average for a lake, slightly greenish, with bits of sediment floating. I descended a few feet, scanning the area with my flashlight. Rocks, some aquatic plants, and the occasional small fish drifted by. Nothing seemed unusual. The water felt still. My breathing sounded loud in my ears. After about 15 feet, I reached a zone where the light from above dimmed. I checked my gauges. Everything looked normal. At around 20 feet, I paused, adjusting to the lower visibility. The underwater world enveloped me in muffled silence, broken only by the hiss of my regulator and the gentle bubbles rising. I kept going, heading toward a section Derek had mentioned, an area where an old cottage supposedly lay submerged from long ago, when parts of the shoreline were flooded. The deeper I went, the colder the water became. My arms and legs felt a slight chill. The murk increased, so I focused the beam of my flashlight on the lake floor. Eventually, I saw the vague outline of wooden beams and collapsed walls. It looked like a small structure. My chest tightened with a mix of curiosity and caution. I moved closer, finning carefully to avoid stirring up silt. I reached the remains of what might have been a cabin or shed. The wood had rotted, and only fragments of walls and a door frame were intact. Algae grew in patches, and tiny fish darted in and out. I felt a faint surge of excitement at discovering something man-made down here. I hovered over a piece of old furniture, maybe a chair or a stool, covered in layers of mossy growth. My heartbeat stayed steady, but I felt a nagging sense that I wasn't entirely alone. At that moment, I heard a faint sound. It was like distant voices, but heavily muffled, as if coming from underwater speakers far away. My first thought was that I must be picking up the distorted noise of boat engines above, or maybe a couple of people talking on the shore. Yet it had a rhythmic quality that resembled human speech. My chest fluttered. I switched off my flashlight for a second, relying on the dim ambient light. I floated there, straining to listen. The noise continued, a kind of hushed murmur, like people talking a few rooms away. My mind raced. Could it just be my regulator, or the movement of water through the beams of the sunken structure? The sound seemed too structured for that. An uneasy feeling crept up my spine. My breathing grew shallower, and I had to remind myself to slow down and conserve air. I switched the flashlight back on, casting the beam around. Nothing visible explained the sound. I decided to follow it, though I wasn't sure of the direction underwater. I moved slowly, mindful of not stirring up the silt, which could blind me in seconds. As I glided around the submerged ruins, the sound grew slightly louder. It still had that eerie, muffled tone, like multiple voices overlapping in a mournful hum. My stomach tightened. My flashlight passed over a partial doorway. I thought I saw movement just beyond it, a flicker of something translucent. I kicked gently, drawing closer. My heart pounded. The voices intensified for a moment, almost forming words, but I couldn't distinguish them. Then I saw shapes. My beam illuminated a cluster of forms drifting near the corner of the collapsed structure. They weren't fish or plants. They looked vaguely human, except translucent, as if made of fog or watery reflections. My chest constricted. My first instinct was to back away, but a wave of astonishment held me in place. These figures seemed to hover, arms at their sides, faces turned in my direction. I couldn't see details, only outlines, pale in the murky water. The voices grew in volume, blending into a single hum that vibrated through my ears. I realized, with a jolt of fear, that the sound was coming from these shapes. My mind reeled, trying to make logical sense. Could it be an odd effect of light or some trick of water currents? But it felt too real, too present. My breathing sped up, and bubbles rushed past my mask. One of the shapes drifted forward, and I saw what seemed like a human face with hollow eyes. A primal panic swelled in my gut. I tried to backpedal, kicking my fins, but my foot snagged on a broken beam. Silt billowed around me, clouding my view. My flashlight beam glinted off swirling sediment, making everything a hazy cloud. In that moment, I heard the humming intensify, as if the figures were reacting to my presence. I forced my leg free, my heart thumping against my ribcage. My regulator hissed in short bursts. I couldn't see more than a foot in front of me now. Desperate to escape, I oriented myself upward, checking my dive gauge. I had enough air to ascend carefully, but I needed a clearer path. I finned upward, trying to move away from the swirling silt. The faint glow from the surface guided me. My ears picked up a last echo of those voices, now rising in pitch. It sounded almost like wailing. My body tensed, and I kicked harder, the water resisting me. The silt cleared slightly, revealing one shape drifting right below me, face turned up. My stomach lurched. I exhaled sharply, releasing a burst of bubbles, and pushed myself toward the surface. Every second felt longer than it was. I counted off a safe ascent rate in my head, not wanting to panic and rush too quickly, risking decompression problems. Still, fear spurred me to speed up. By the time I reached the upper layer of water, light seeped in from above, and I could see the silhouette of the dock. My lungs ached from stress, but I forced myself to maintain the correct breathing pattern. The voices faded into the background, replaced by the beating of my heart and the hiss of bubbles. Finally, I broke the surface with a gasp, yanking my regulator out. I inhaled the crisp air. The world above seemed too bright and normal. My pulse drummed in my head, and I scanned the shoreline. A couple of people were around, but nobody seemed alarmed. I kicked my way to the dock, where I managed to haul myself up, removing my mask. The fisherman from earlier stood a bit farther away, giving me curious glances. I tried to calm my breathing. My hands shook as I unstrapped my gear. One fisherman approached and asked if I was okay. I nodded, still too rattled to speak. I just packed up my things, forcing my trembling fingers to work. My mind replayed the shapes underwater, those muffled voices that almost formed words. I wanted to tell someone, but I couldn't figure out how to explain it without sounding unstable. Eventually, I mumbled something about a bad current and hurried back to my car. That night, I went through the photos and footage on my underwater camera. Most of it was murky. One clip showed the partial cabin structure and swirling sediment. I heard faint clicks and static, but no distinct voices. The video shook as I fumbled with the camera in my panic. Nothing conclusively showed the shapes I saw. I felt a surge of frustration and relief at the same time. Part of me wanted proof. Another part of me preferred to let it go. I couldn't sleep well for the next few nights. Each time I closed my eyes, I imagined those translucent forms reaching out, that humming building in my ears. I tried to rationalize it. Lakes sometimes submerge old buildings. Maybe I inhaled something or had a mild case of nitrogen narcosis. Yet it didn't feel like that. The memory of those outlines and the hum was too detailed. My muscles tightened every time I thought about it. I spoke to Derek a few days later. He listened without interrupting, then nodded. He said he'd heard similar descriptions from one or two other divers, but they didn't like to talk about it. The theory was that people used to live in the area before the lake expanded, and some died when flooding occurred. He believed their presence lingered. I couldn't say for sure. I just knew what I experienced felt undeniable. I haven't gone back to Charleston Lake since that day. Sometimes I consider giving it another shot, just to see if I imagined everything. But then I remember the chill in my bones and the weight of that humming in my ears. My body tenses, and I decide to explore somewhere else instead. I still dive often, but mostly in the ocean, where the currents and marine life feel more predictable. People ask me about Charleston Lake, and I usually say it's a pretty spot for casual boating. I don't mention the voices or the shapes under the water. I doubt anyone would believe me. I still have that murky footage on my computer, a blurry record of the moment my calm dive turned into a terrifying encounter. Sometimes I replay it in slow motion, searching for a clue or a shape in the silt. I see nothing but swirling clouds, but I'll never forget that feeling of being watched from behind those submerged walls, the hollow eyes in the murk, and the eerie chorus of muffled whispers rising through the water. That single dive changed the way I think about the unknown. Now I stick to places I can research thoroughly, and I keep my curiosity in check. Charleston Lake remains an unsolved chapter in my life, and I'm content to leave it that way. I drove into Billings late one night, tired from a long business trip. My usual hotel was fully booked due to a convention in town, so I asked around and found a small roadside motel called the Shadow View. The name didn't mean anything to me at first. I just needed a cheap place to sleep. When I arrived, it looked like any other old motel off the highway. A fading neon sign, a small parking lot with a couple of cars, and a dimly lit office. I parked and walked inside, expecting to find a night manager at the front desk. Nobody was there. A faint smell of stale coffee hung in the air. The overhead light flickered, casting a weak glow on the worn carpet. I rang the little bell on the desk. Silence. I noticed a key in an envelope with the number 12 scrawled on it, sitting next to a handwritten note that said, "Take this. Room's unlocked." I felt uneasy, but fatigue overpowered my caution. I shrugged, took the envelope, and headed toward room 12. I walked along an outdoor corridor. The building seemed deserted. The doors had chipped paint, and the windows were dark. A single buzzing street lamp illuminated the walkway. My footsteps echoed on the concrete. The night air felt cold. When I reached room 12, I tried the doorknob. It turned easily, unlocked, just like the note said. I stepped inside, flipping on the light switch by the door. A small lamp on a nightstand came on, casting weak light around the room. The interior felt cramped. The walls were a dull beige. A double bed took up most of the space. The sheets looked clean, but everything smelled slightly musty, like it hadn't been aired out in a while. A single window faced the parking lot, the curtains drawn. The TV sat on a dresser opposite the bed. A tattered chair occupied one corner. It was enough for the night, so I set my bag down, pulled off my shoes, and dropped onto the bed. I tried turning on the TV. Static. No channels came through. The remote was missing its battery cover. I gave up and grabbed a book from my bag. After a few minutes of reading, my eyes started to droop, and I decided to get ready for bed. I went into the bathroom. The tiles were old, the mirror spotted with tiny black stains. I flicked on the overhead light. The fan rattled loudly, which startled me for a second. I turned on the faucet to splash water on my face. The water pressure was low, and the pipes made a groaning sound. I grimaced at my reflection, feeling exhausted. When I returned to the bedroom, I heard what sounded like footsteps outside in the corridor. Soft, shuffling steps. I assumed maybe another guest was arriving. I peeked through the window, but the parking lot was empty. Just my car and a flickering street lamp. The footsteps faded. I told myself not to worry. Old motels sometimes carry sounds from other rooms, or the metal walkway amplifies any movement. Back in bed, I tried to read again, but my mind kept drifting. I couldn't shake the feeling that this place was off. The lamp barely lit the corners of the room, making the shadows seem deeper. After a few minutes, I thought I heard a low murmur, like voices in the hallway. I sat up, straining to listen, but the noise stopped. My heart thumped a little faster. I told myself it was just the wind or the motel's plumbing. I eventually lay back down, forcing my eyes shut. I might have dozed off because the next thing I noticed was a faint tapping noise. It came from just outside the door. Tap, tap, tap. Then it paused. My throat felt dry. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding. I listened for several seconds. No more tapping. I glanced at the clock on the nightstand. It read 2:17 a.m. I tried to settle back onto the pillow, telling myself to sleep. A short while later, I got up to use the bathroom. As I stepped into the bathroom, I realized the mirror was completely fogged over, like someone had taken a hot shower, but I hadn't used it since I arrived. My stomach twisted in a small knot. The air wasn't warm, and I hadn't turned on the shower at all. I reached out and wiped the mirror with a towel. The reflection cleared. Nothing else seemed strange. The sink, the toilet, the towels, everything looked normal, just worn out. Still, I couldn't explain the misted mirror. I left the bathroom, determined to ignore the weirdness. I sat on the edge of the bed and started flipping through my book again, but my eyes kept flicking to the corners of the room. Shadows seemed to shift whenever the lamp flickered. I told myself I was just jumpy. I even tried to laugh it off, but the sound came out shaky. At around 3 a.m., I heard footsteps again. They were louder this time, and they stopped right outside my door. My pulse quickened. I waited, expecting a knock. Nothing happened, just silence. I tiptoed to the window and moved the curtain aside a sliver. The parking lot was still empty. I decided to open the door and see if anyone was there. My hand trembled on the doorknob. I unlocked it and opened the door a few inches. The corridor was dim, illuminated only by that one buzzing light. It looked empty. I stepped out, my bare feet touching the cool concrete. I saw no one to the left or right. I swallowed hard. The air felt thick and my skin prickled. I ducked back in, shutting and locking the door. I realized I hadn't seen any other guests or even a receptionist since I arrived. No cars except mine. It was odd, but maybe it was just a slow night. I tried to calm myself by thinking about normal explanations. I returned to the bed, turned off the lamp, and tried to settle in the darkness. I left the bathroom light on, though, with the door slightly ajar. My nerves were on edge. I drifted into a light sleep, only to jerk awake at the sound of a creaking floorboard in the room. My heart hammered. My eyes flicked to the bathroom door, which was now fully closed. I hadn't closed it. The faint glow from inside was gone, leaving the room in near darkness. I fumbled for the lamp switch. When it flicked on, I saw the bathroom door was indeed shut. My skin crawled with dread. I felt trapped, not sure if I should go check or run out of the room entirely. Forcing myself to be brave, I stood up and moved toward the bathroom. My hands shook as I twisted the knob. The door opened slowly, revealing the small space. The overhead light was off now, though I remembered leaving it on. My reflection in the mirror looked pale. The entire bathroom was dim, lit only by the main room's lamp behind me. I flipped the switch. The fan sputtered to life, and the light came on. The sink, toilet, and tub were all still there, everything the same, except the mirror was fogged up again. My heart thudded. I stepped closer. Once again, it looked as if someone had steamed up the room. I wiped the glass with my sleeve. This time, I thought I saw a faint handprint in the condensation, but when I swiped the surface, it vanished. I felt a surge of panic. A chill went through my body. I turned off the fan and hurried back into the main room, shutting the bathroom door behind me. At that moment, I heard footsteps again, running down the corridor outside. as if multiple people were moving fast. It sounded like half a dozen boots on the concrete. My breath caught in my chest. Then I heard soft knocking, maybe from 1 or 2 doors down. 3 knocks, a pause, and 3 more knocks. My stomach twisted. I slipped on my shoes in case I needed to run. My heart was in my throat. Suddenly the lights in my room flickered. The lamp glowed, then dimmed, then came back. In that split second of darkness, I thought I saw a figure standing by the dresser mirror, just a shadow. When the lamp brightened again, there was no one there. My knees felt weak. I grabbed my car keys and decided I had enough. I wasn't going to wait for morning. I rushed to the door, jerked it open, and stepped out into the corridor. It was empty again, but I heard distant footsteps, or maybe echoes. I walked quickly along the walkway. A slight breeze hit me. The motel office was dark, so I just left the key on the desk, hoping someone would find it in the morning. A part of me wanted to yell for a manager or call out for help, but I was too rattled. I wanted to get far from that place. Once in my car, I locked the doors and started the engine. My hands shook on the steering wheel as I backed out. As I pulled away, I glanced at the motel windows. Most were dark, but I saw a faint light flicker in one window on the 2nd floor. A shape moved behind the curtain. Then it vanished. My pulse thundered. I drove off, refusing to look back again. The next morning I talked to a local about my experience. He shrugged and said that motel had closed officially a few years back. He claimed it was still abandoned. I couldn't believe it. Maybe someone reopened it unofficially, or I had the wrong place. But the more he insisted, the more it sank in. He said there were rumors of strange events, tragic incidents, and leftover energies. I didn't press for details. My mind raced with the memory of that empty lobby and the key waiting on the desk. I never returned to that motel. Even driving through Billings months later, I felt a chill just thinking about it. I stayed in a chain hotel across town, refusing to risk stumbling onto that place again. Sometimes, late at night, I think about the footsteps, the fogged mirror, and the bathroom door closing on its own. My skin prickles, and I remind myself it's over. But deep down, I wonder if that motel still stands there, quietly waiting for the next traveler who makes a wrong turn. I have no intention of finding out. I first heard about the strange footprints on Jacksonville Beach from a local fisherman named Art. He mentioned them offhand one day when I was buying bait. He said, "If you go out early enough, sometimes you'll see these tracks that look human but way too big. They walk straight to the water and vanish." I tried to laugh it off, but he didn't smile. He just handed me my change and told me not to wander out there alone in the dark. That stuck with me. I wanted to see if he was telling the truth or just trying to spook me. A week later, I set my alarm for 3:30 a.m. and drove toward the beach. It was nearly empty. The sky was still dark, and the streetlights cast a dull glow on the parking lot. I grabbed my flashlight and a small thermos of coffee. The moment I stepped out of the car, I felt the wind off the ocean. It was colder than I expected. The sound of the waves reached me as I walked across the sand. My shoes sank a little, making a soft crunch each time I took a step. I moved along the shore, shining my light across the sand. At first, I saw nothing unusual, just seashells, scattered seaweed, and a few footprints from late-night walkers. After a while, my eyes adjusted to the dim light. The moon was about half full, shining weakly on the water. The beach seemed ordinary. I kept checking my watch, thinking maybe I was too early or too late. My stomach felt tense, wondering if I was just wasting my time. Around 4:20 a.m., I spotted something out of the corner of my eye. About 30 feet ahead, the sand was imprinted with deep marks. I walked closer, pointing my flashlight. Each print looked like a bare human footprint, but it was almost twice the size of my own. The stride between them was long, too. I crouched down and placed my hand next to one print. The heel alone was the size of my entire palm. My heart picked up its pace. I glanced around, half expecting someone to jump out and admit to a prank. Nobody was there. I followed the prints toward the water's edge. The sand got wetter, and the footprints became more pronounced. My stomach churned. The wind gusted, blowing my hair across my face. I felt a chill on my arms, even though the temperature wasn't that low. I listened, but all I heard were waves and the distant hum of the city. I aimed my flashlight toward the shoreline. The prints continued straight into the surf and disappeared where the water lapped the sand. My throat felt dry. I stood there for a moment, just staring at the last print partially washed out by a small wave. Suddenly, I thought I saw movement near the breakwater rocks. I pivoted, shining my light. I caught a glimpse of a tall shape hunched low. I couldn't see details, just a dark outline. My pulse leaped. I called out, "Hello?" The figure shifted, and two faint reflections caught my light, like eyes glinting. Then it moved toward the water in a fluid motion, faster than I expected. The surf crashed around it, and it was gone. My skin crawled. My grip on the flashlight tightened. I realized I was holding my breath. I exhaled shakily, scanning the waves. Nothing but foam crests and darkness. I thought about chasing after it, but my legs felt weak. Instead, I stood there, letting the water rush over my shoes. My mind spun with questions. Could it have been a surfer? Some tall guy messing around with big fake footprints? My gut told me it wasn't that simple. I finally forced myself to walk back to my car. Every so often I spun around, checking the beach behind me. I saw no one. For the next few days, I couldn't stop thinking about what I saw. I told a couple of friends, but they laughed it off or said I was half asleep. I decided to go back the following week, hoping to get more proof. This time, I brought my camera and a better flashlight. I arrived at the beach around 4 a.m. again. The wind was calmer, and the moon was nearly gone, leaving the beach very dark. I made my way to the same stretch of sand, scanning for fresh footprints. At first, I saw nothing but the usual scattered marks. I walked for maybe half an hour, sipping from my thermos to stay alert. Eventually, I spotted a new set of large prints. They were faint, as if just made, before the tide could fully wash them away. My pulse sped up. I knelt, taking a few photos. Then I followed them toward the water again. This set seemed more erratic, like whoever made them was moving at an angle. The final track vanished near a tide pool. The sand there was churned, water swirling in little eddies. While I was crouching to snap another photo, I heard a noise behind me. It was a low, raspy sound, almost like a groan. My heart hammered in my chest. I stood up slowly, shining my flashlight around. Nothing. Then I noticed a rock formation a short distance away. The darkness made it hard to see, but it looked like something was peeking over the edge. My hair stood on end. My mouth felt dry. I took a tentative step forward. The raspy sound came again, now slightly louder. It reminded me of a labored breath. Suddenly, something moved behind the rocks, slipping into the water. My flashlight caught a brief glimpse of a pale limb, maybe an arm or a fin, I couldn't tell. I gasped, almost dropping my camera. I rushed closer, but by the time I reached the rocks, there was only a swirl of foam. The stench of brine filled my nostrils. My heart pounded so hard it hurt. That night, I left the beach shaking. My hands were clammy on the steering wheel. I had a few grainy photos of the footprints, but they were nothing conclusive. Over the next few days, I checked the local news, half expecting to see a story about a strange creature or discovered remains, but there was nothing. Life in Jacksonville carried on as usual. I went to work, hung out with friends, but the images of that shape in the water stuck in my mind. I returned one more time about a month later, around the same early morning hour. The beach was empty. The tide was low, leaving stretches of wet sand glistening under the faint moonlight. My flashlight illuminated shells scattered everywhere. For the first hour, I saw nothing unusual. I started to think the phenomenon might have ended. But then I found fresh footprints near the dunes, heading straight down to the shore. They were as large as before, each step spaced at a long stride. My chest tightened. I followed them carefully. The wind kicked up, blowing gritty sand against my ankles. Halfway to the water, I heard a soft splashing sound. I turned the flashlight in that direction, scanning the shoreline. At first, I saw only the waves. Then, closer to me, a figure rose from a crouched position in the foam. It looked tall, with elongated arms. The skin glinted in the flashlight beam, looking slick or scaly. For a split second, the creature's eyes reflected the light, large and dark. My stomach lurched. I wanted to run, but my legs froze. The figure let out a low, mournful sound, something I can only describe as a mix between a groan and a sigh. In a burst of adrenaline, I raised my camera, clicking a few frantic shots. The flash startled the figure. It jerked backward, then lunged toward the water, submerging in a smooth dive. I stumbled, heart pounding, almost dropping my camera. My breaths came in short gasps. The waves rippled where it vanished, and within seconds, all I saw was darkness. I bolted back to the dunes, my heart racing. My flashlight beams shook wildly across the sand. I reached the parking area in record time, fumbling with my keys. When I got in my car, I locked the doors and sat there, breathing hard. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. I drove home, eyes glued to the road, feeling an electric current of fear and excitement. I had photos, though I had no idea how clear they were. At home, I loaded the pictures onto my computer. Most were blurry. The footprints were visible, but not sharp enough to prove anything. One shot, however, caught a faint silhouette with elongated arms and a hint of reflective eyes. It was grainy, but it made my stomach clench. I stared at the image for a long time. It looked more inhuman the longer I examined it. I posted a vague description online, leaving out the photos. The responses ranged from jokes to accusations that I was attention-seeking. A few people messaged me privately, saying they'd seen something similar. One person claimed it was a mutated sea creature. Another said it was a hoax. I didn't know what to believe anymore. Part of me wanted to forget the whole thing. Another part of me was curious. I haven't gone back to the beach at that hour since then. Sometimes, in the middle of the night, I lie awake imagining that shape gliding through the water, coming ashore to wander for a few minutes, then slipping back into the depths. I still walk the beach during the day, and everything seems normal. Families play in the sand, surfers ride the waves, and gulls circle overhead. Nobody talks about giant footprints or strange shapes. Art, the fisherman, asked me once if I ever saw the tracks he told me about. I just nodded. He gave me a serious look and said, "Best leave it alone. Some things out there aren't meant to be chased." I haven't asked him any more questions. I don't want to know if there have been other sightings or if someone got a closer look. My memory of that silhouette diving into the ocean is enough to keep me up at night. Even now, sometimes I dream about standing on that beach in the dark, hearing the surf crash, scanning the sand with my flashlight. In the dream, the footprints stretch for miles, each step deeper than the last. I see something move at the edge of the water. It rises to its full height, staring at me with reflective eyes. My chest tightens, and I wake up in a sweat, heart pounding. I'll never forget the feeling of seeing that unknown shape, part person, part something else, vanishing into the ocean. For now, that's all I need to remind me that not everything in Jacksonville's waters has an explanation. I first heard about the old observatory outside Flagstaff through a friend who knew I was interested in astronomy. She mentioned that this observatory wasn't part of the main complex in town, but stood on a separate hill, neglected and boarded up. Local gossip said it once belonged to a private researcher who disappeared. People whispered about strange lights seen near the dome at night, but I assumed that was just local folklore. Still, I felt drawn to check it out, because I've always loved discovering hidden scientific relics. I arrived in Flagstaff on a mild autumn afternoon. The sky was clear, and a soft breeze carried the smell of dry grass. The main road to the official observatory was marked with signs, but the route to the abandoned one wasn't on any standard map. I pieced together directions from a few locals who shrugged when I asked about it. Eventually, I found a narrow dirt road branching off into the forested hillside. I parked my car near a battered old gate that hung crooked on its hinges. A faded sign on the fence read, "No entry," but the chain around the gate was rusted and easy to remove. I walked up a short, overgrown path. The ground was uneven, littered with rocks, dead branches, and patches of weeds. After about 10 minutes, I saw a round dome peeking through the pine trees. The dome paint had peeled off in large patches, revealing dull metal underneath. At the base of the structure, I noticed cracked concrete walls covered with vines. The door was a heavy wooden one, scarred by the elements. I tested the handle. It was locked, but when I pushed hard, the wood gave way with a snap of the old latch. The sudden sound echoed, making me pause to listen. I heard nothing else. I stepped inside, flashlight in hand. The interior smelled of stale air and dust. I stood in a small lobby area lined with empty shelves. I saw footprints in the thick layer of grime on the floor, though I couldn't tell how old they were. I followed a short hallway that opened into the main observation chamber. There, a large telescope stood in the center, pointed at a section of the dome that could open for viewing the sky. The platform around the telescope was cluttered with notebooks, coffee-stained cups, and loose papers. It looked as if someone had left in a hurry, not bothering to clean up. My chest felt tight with a blend of excitement and unease. I checked the dome's mechanism, noticing a rusty track. I guessed that's what allowed the dome to rotate. The control panel nearby had old levers and switches. I decided not to mess with them right away because I feared causing damage or trapping myself. The telescope itself was enormous. It had a thick cylinder and a large lens, bigger than I expected for a private observatory. I ran my hand along its side, feeling grit on the metal. My fingers shook a little, partly from the chill in the air and partly from the tension I felt at being alone in this place. I set my bag down on a nearby table. That's when I noticed a stack of documents with dates from decades ago. Many of the pages contained sketches of star clusters, handwritten notes about unusual fluctuations, and references to specific time windows. The handwriting was small and cramped. Some paragraphs mentioned anomalous readings and potential portal, which immediately struck me as odd. I stood there for a moment, flipping through the pages. My heart thumped faster, and the hair on my arms stood on end. I told myself it was just the excitement of discovery. A faint scraping noise made me spin around. I aimed my flashlight at the far corner. I saw nothing but old equipment on a shelf. My pulse pounded in my ears. I tried to breathe calmly. The place was old, so the wind or loose parts could easily cause random sounds. Still, my gut churned. I decided to keep going. I climbed a small metal staircase leading up to the catwalk around the dome. The steps rattled under my weight. Once I reached the top, I had a clear view of the telescope's upper section. From there, I looked down and saw the entire chamber. I also noticed an office-like area behind a partial wall. It had a desk and a couple of filing cabinets. Intrigued, I climbed down the other side of the catwalk and walked to that office space. Each footstep felt too loud in the silent dome. The office area was cramped. A layer of dust coated everything. I opened one cabinet drawer. It stuck, and I had to tug it. Inside were more files with scribbled notes, references to cosmic gateway events, and certain dates circled in red. My eyes skimmed the lines. I read phrases like energy buildup and doorway alignment. My stomach fluttered. This didn't feel like standard astronomical research. It felt more like an obsession. I wondered if the researcher got lost in eccentric theories. Suddenly, I heard a dull clunk near the entrance. It sounded like metal against metal. My breath caught in my throat. I crept back to the main area, scanning the darkness with my flashlight. The beam trembled because my hand was shaking. I called out, "Hello?" My voice echoed. No answer came. My chest tightened. I noticed the old coffee cups on the floor had shifted a bit, maybe bumped by something. I began to question my decision to come alone. I told myself to stay focused on what I came for, to see the equipment and gather a few photos for my personal project. I took out my camera and began snapping pictures of the telescope, the dome interior, and some of the notes. The flash lit the space in abrupt bursts, intensifying my sense of isolation. My heart raced each time the flash went off, leaving the room dark again. My mouth felt dry. I told myself I would finish quickly and leave. As I stepped around the telescope to get a better angle, I heard a low hum. It vibrated through the floor. It was faint but distinct. My heart pounded. I pressed a hand to the telescope's frame, feeling a slight vibration that matched the hum. The control panel lights flickered for a second. That made no sense because there was no electricity here, at least none that I knew of. My pulse soared, and the hair on the back of my neck prickled. Then I sensed a gentle shifting sound near the dome's track. I looked up. The dome above began to move, rotating with a rusty squeak. My flashlight beam jerked around as I aimed it at the mechanism. My stomach twisted. This place had no obvious power source. Yet the dome was opening on its own. A section of the night sky came into view. It glimmered with stars, but I barely registered the beauty. All I felt was alarm. The hum grew slightly louder. My ears popped, like pressure was changing. I took a few steps back, pressing myself against the observation platform's railing. My breathing became shallow, and my heartbeat thudded in my ears. The telescope's lens pivoted upward, almost as if guided by invisible hands. I couldn't explain any of this. The entire chamber felt charged, like static electricity in a thunderstorm. A sudden spark flashed near the control panel, making me jump. I nearly dropped my flashlight. I heard a sizzle, and the overhead lights, which had been off, flickered once. They stayed off, leaving me with only my flashlight beam. My thoughts raced. I wanted to leave, but I also felt compelled to see what was happening. My chest felt tight, and my hands shook. I forced myself to step closer to the telescope, my legs wobbly. Through the open dome I saw a cluster of stars overhead. The telescope aligned with them. The hum changed pitch, climbing higher. Then, for a brief second, I caught a flash of red light through the telescope's lens. It looked like a faint glow, not from any star I knew. My jaw clenched, and I fought the urge to panic. I had no explanation. I turned around to grab my camera, deciding to take a shot of the lens. Right then, the entire dome creaked, and the humming stopped abruptly. My ears rang with the sudden silence. I stood there, breathing hard, sweat on my forehead. The dome was now half open, revealing a slice of sky. The telescope had gone still, pointed upward like a silent sentinel. I heard a faint drip echo somewhere, maybe water leaking through the old roof. My adrenaline spiked. I couldn't stay here any longer. I shoved my camera into my bag, ignoring the lingering documents. All I wanted was to get out. I hurried toward the entrance. Each step echoed. My flashlight flickered, and I felt a surge of dread that the batteries might die. I yanked the heavy wooden door open. The outside air hit me like a relief. My lungs expanded in a deep gasp. The sky was dark, but the moon cast faint light on the weeds and shrubs. I moved quickly down the path, branches snapping under my feet. My heart was still pounding, and I glanced over my shoulder several times. I saw no one following me, no lights from the dome. The building looked like a silent shell, but I knew I hadn't imagined that humming or the dome's movement. I reached my car and tossed my bag onto the passenger seat. My hands shook so much it took me 2 tries to fit the key into the ignition. The engine turned over and I drove away, checking my rearview mirror. The hillside behind me was dark. I didn't see any beams of light or sign of activity. Still, I felt uneasy, like something might appear at any second. My throat felt tight until I reached the main road. I stayed in Flagstaff for the night at a small motel. I tried to review the photos on my camera, but my hands trembled. Most images looked normal. Dusty floors, old papers, the telescope. In one shot, I captured a faint glow near the lens, a slight red tinge. I couldn't tell if it was an artifact from the flash or something else. My mind kept replaying the hum, the rotating dome, and the sudden flash I saw. I barely slept, jolting awake every time I heard a creak in the motel. The next morning, I considered going back in daylight, but I felt a knot in my stomach at the thought. I decided it wasn't worth risking a second visit. I left Flagstaff, not telling anyone about my experience except for a close friend who listened quietly. She asked if I planned to return. I shook my head. I've had my share of strange places, but that observatory felt different. It seemed charged with an energy that defied logic. I wasn't ready to confront that again. Sometimes, on clear nights, I remember that telescope and the sense of something opening in the sky. I still wonder if whoever built that observatory discovered something about those stars, something they couldn't explain. I have no proof. I only have my photos, my memory of that humming, and the trembling fear in my chest. I might never know the truth, but I'm certain the old observatory still sits on that hill, dome half rusted, waiting for someone else to venture in. Maybe it holds a secret about the universe, or maybe it's just a decaying relic. Either way, I'm not going back. That night was enough to convince me that some doors, once cracked open, are best left alone. First heard about the twin house in Duluth from a colleague who knew I was interested in unusual buildings. She showed me some old newspaper clippings that mentioned a strange Victorian mansion, with two identical facades joined together. The layout looked bizarre in the photos. Each side was a mirror of the other, and people around town whispered that one side felt different from the other. Nobody lived there anymore. It had been empty for years, locked behind a rusted gate on a narrow street near the lake. The more I read about it, the more curious I became. As an architect, I wanted to see the interior for myself, so I decided to visit one Saturday afternoon. When I arrived, I saw a tall iron fence around the property. The gate was slightly ajar, and the hinges squeaked when I pushed it open. The yard was overgrown, with tall grass and weeds brushing against my legs. At the end of a short walkway stood the house, and it immediately made me uneasy. The front was perfectly symmetrical. Each side had the same arrangement of windows and a matching front door. A single porch spanned the entire width, and I saw two identical sets of steps leading up to the doors. I felt a jittery sensation in my stomach as I walked closer. I tried the main door on the left side, but it was locked. The wood around the frame looked rotten. I circled around to the right side door, which gave way with a firm push. The air inside smelled stale, like old wood and dust. As soon as I stepped in, the temperature felt cooler than outside. My footsteps echoed on the floorboards. I stood in a foyer with a high ceiling. I noticed another door directly across from me, which I assumed led to the other half of the house, but it was closed. Everything felt cramped, despite the tall ceilings. My heart beat faster than normal. I wiped my damp palms on my jeans and reached for my flashlight. I moved through a hallway that opened into a living room. The walls were lined with faded wallpaper and old portraits. Most were crooked, and a few lay on the floor with cracked glass. The furniture was covered with dusty sheets. I lifted one corner of a sheet, revealing a worn couch. A faint odor of mildew hit me. I coughed once, feeling a slight burn in my throat. I wondered how long it had been since anyone lived here. My guess was several decades. A table near the window had a few old newspapers stacked on it. The top one had a date from years ago. While I examined the living room, I heard a soft creak above me. I froze. My heart raced. The hair on my arms stood up. I waited, thinking maybe the house was settling. Another creak followed. It came from the ceiling directly overhead. My chest felt tight. I reminded myself that old houses make noises. Still, the idea that someone might be up there made me uneasy. I decided to check it out, so I looked for stairs. The hallway led me to a wooden staircase that split part way up, one side going to the left, the other to the right. I climbed slowly, trying to keep my footsteps quiet. The stairs groaned under me. With each step, my stomach clenched. By the time I reached the landing, I could feel my pulse in my neck. To the left was a corridor with several doors. To the right, there was what appeared to be a mirror image hallway, also with multiple doors. This matched the building's design. I turned left first. The corridor smelled musty, and dust particles floated in the stale air. I tried the first door. It opened into a bedroom that appeared unused for a long time. A canopy bed stood in the center, draped with sheets and covered in dust. The shutters on the window were partially closed, allowing only a dim light. I didn't see anything unusual. I went to the next room, which looked like a study. Shelves lined the walls, but all the books were gone. A large desk stood in the corner, and behind it, the window offered a view of the overgrown yard. I noticed a layer of grime on the glass. My heart rate started to settle. I told myself I was spooking too easily. Then I heard a door creak somewhere else in the house, maybe on the other side of the landing. My heart kicked up again. I forced myself to breathe slowly. Crossing the landing, I headed to the right corridor. As I passed the center, I saw another door between the two hallways. It was closed. The doorknob didn't budge when I tried it. It seemed locked. I felt a wave of nervousness in my stomach, thinking about what might be behind it. I decided to see the rest of the corridor before returning to that locked door. The right corridor led me to a room that looked almost identical to the bedroom on the left side. Same position of the bed, same style of drapes, just more worn down. The next door opened into what seemed like a second study, mirrored as well, but with different furniture, all covered in dust sheets. My flashlight illuminated an old armchair and a table with a broken lamp. A chill ran through me as I noticed that everything mirrored the other side but felt subtly off. The dust patterns were different, and the wallpaper was more peeled. My chest tightened again. My breathing felt shallow. While I was in that second study, I heard faint footsteps on the floorboards outside. The sound made my heart pound. They were soft but deliberate, like someone taking slow steps. I stepped out, shining my flashlight in the hallway, but saw no one. My throat felt dry, and I swallowed hard. I decided to return to that locked door between the corridors. I needed to see what was behind it. At the door, I tugged again, and it stayed locked. I contemplated leaving, but a strong curiosity pushed me to search for a key. I went downstairs and looked around in the kitchen. The counters were covered with a thin layer of dust. A few cabinets hung open, and one had jars of what used to be food, now dried up and moldy. My stomach turned at the smell. I coughed a bit, covering my nose. I checked drawers, but only found old cutlery and some broken utensils. No key. The next thought was to check the living room again. I walked back, scanning the surfaces with my flashlight. I noticed a small side table near the fireplace. A rusted metal box sat on top, which I'd missed before. I lifted the lid and found a ring of old keys, each corroded. My heart fluttered with excitement. My hands shook slightly as I pocketed them. That's when I felt a presence behind me. I turned around fast, shining the light. Nobody was there. My heart hammered, my skin crawled. I hurried out of the room and headed upstairs again. Back at the locked door, I tried one key after another. Most didn't fit. I was on the fourth or fifth when I heard a faint shuffling sound further down the hallway. I froze, glancing in that direction. Nothing. My grip on the flashlight tightened. The key clicked, and the doorknob turned. I let out a shaky breath. My pulse pounded in my ears. I pushed the door open, the hinges squeaking. Inside, I found a short passageway. It was dim, lit only by the beam of my flashlight. The walls were plain, with no wallpaper. The passage angled downward slightly, like a ramp. I walked in slowly, my pulse drumming in my throat. I noticed a series of small mirrors on one wall, placed at odd heights. Each one reflected my flashlight beam. The air felt cooler, and I smelled something stale, maybe old books or old fabric. My ears picked up a faint dripping sound. Each step felt heavier. Eventually the passage ended at another door. It was unlocked. I opened it to find a narrow room that spanned the space between the two halves of the house, like a hidden chamber. A single bare bulb hung from the ceiling, not lit, of course. In the corner, there was a stack of old boxes and a small wooden chair. My flashlight revealed what looked like old diaries or ledgers. I approached the boxes, my heart still racing. My hands felt clammy. Each breath sounded loud in my ears. A sudden scraping noise made me spin around. The door behind me had swung shut. I rushed to it, grabbing the handle, worried it might have locked. It turned easily, though, and I sighed with relief. I glanced back at the boxes. One had papers spilling out. I spotted a photograph on top. It showed two men who looked almost identical, standing in front of the house, smiling. My guess was they were the twins who built the place. I felt a rush of unease. I wondered what happened to them. I slid the photo into my pocket without really thinking. That's when I heard a gentle thump on the other side of the room. My flashlight swung in that direction. One of the boxes had shifted slightly, or so it seemed. My breath caught in my chest. The feeling of being watched overwhelmed me. I scanned the walls. Nothing. My hands trembled, and I realized I didn't want to be in that hidden room anymore. I backed out, my heart thudding. In the passage, the dripping noise became more noticeable. I kept turning around, convinced someone might be following me. My flashlight beam shook with each step. When I reached the main hallway, the door I'd used to enter the passage slammed shut behind me. I gasped, nearly dropping the keys. My chest felt tight. I sprinted back down the stairs, nearly slipping on the last step. My breathing was ragged. I wanted to leave immediately. As I crossed the foyer, I thought I saw a figure at the other front door, the one that had been locked. The shape resembled me. My pulse exploded in my ears, and a chill raced down my spine. The figure moved out of sight. I yanked open the door I came in through and stumbled outside, almost tripping on the porch steps. The fresh air hit me, and I felt a wave of relief. My lungs expanded, and I realized I was drenched in sweat. I hurried across the overgrown yard, not looking back. The gate squeaked as I pushed through it. I nearly broke into a run once I was on the sidewalk. My heart pounded in my chest. I forced myself to slow down after I reached my car. My hands shook as I turned the key in the ignition. I pulled away, glancing in the rearview mirror at the looming shape of the twin house. My chest felt tight, and I couldn't shake the image of that figure near the front door. Later that night, I examined the photograph I took from the box. My fingers trembled as I looked at the men who might have built the place. Their identical faces looked friendly, but something in their eyes unsettled me. I couldn't help thinking about that hidden corridor and the reflection-like figure I saw in the foyer. I decided not to go back. The memory of the locked door, the mirrored rooms, and the uneasy feeling of being watched was enough. I never told many people the full story. Most of them wouldn't believe me anyway. But I still have that photograph tucked away in a drawer, and sometimes I catch myself staring at those twin brothers, wondering if one of them never left the other side of that house. I had always heard rumors about a run-down circus site on the outskirts of Amarillo. Some people said it was nothing more than an empty lot with a few scraps, but others insisted it was the remains of a traveling circus that arrived one day and never left. Those stories caught my attention. They talked about torn tents, rusted cages, and strange noises at night. The idea of an abandoned carnival ground made me both curious and uneasy. I wanted to see if the rumors had any truth, so I chose a warm evening to explore the place on my own. I parked my car beside a dirt road, a short distance from the site. It was close to sunset, and the sky was painted in dull oranges and reds. I could see a large clearing ahead, scattered with what looked like broken wood and patches of tall grass. As I walked closer, I noticed a faded sign laying against a fence post. It had chipped paint that might have spelled out a circus name, but I couldn't read any words clearly. The entire area smelled like rust, mold, and stale earth. I felt sweat forming on my forehead from the fading Texas heat. I stepped over some fallen wire fencing and into the clearing. My boots crunched on dead grass and small rocks. A sense of unease hit me. The wind was still, and the area felt too quiet for an open field. I glanced around. I saw a few large, tattered tents in the distance, or what was left of them. Their fabric hung in strips, flapping lazily in the slight breeze. To my left, I spotted an old wagon wheel leaning against a piece of timber. Posters were strewn around on the ground, barely recognizable. One had a clown's face, half torn, the colors almost gone. I felt a knot form in my stomach. As I moved toward the biggest tent, I noticed wooden platforms that might have once been used for performances or seating. They were rotten and covered in dust. My eyes watered slightly from the smell of decay. I kept going, holding my small flashlight, even though there was still some daylight left. The tent's entrance was ripped open, and I had to push aside dangling fabric. Inside, it was dim. Rows of bench-like seats circled a central ring filled with dirt, trash, and a scattering of broken props. My footsteps kicked up little clouds of dust. I stood there for a moment, taking in the scene. The tent overhead had holes that let in fading daylight. Pieces of rope hung from the center support, swaying gently. I aimed my flashlight around, spotting bent metal poles, cracked boards, and piles of torn cloth. Something about the stillness made my heart beat faster. I felt a tingling at the back of my neck, as though someone might be watching me. Then I heard music. It was faint, like an old mechanical tune you'd hear from a worn-out music box or a rickety calliope. I swung my flashlight in the direction of the sound, but all I saw were shadows. The tune lasted maybe 5 seconds before cutting out. My pulse sped up. My mouth felt dry. I said, "Hello?" out loud, not sure what I expected. There was no response. I reminded myself I was alone, but my body felt tense. I made my way toward a corner of the tent where a metal cage stood. The bars were rusted and bent. The door hung open. I stepped closer, and my flashlight revealed faint scratches on the floor, as if something had clawed at the wood. Behind me, I heard a scraping sound, like something sliding across the dirt. I jerked around, heart pounding. Nothing was there. My breath hitched, and I felt my palms grow sweaty. I tried to calm down by taking a few deep breaths. I moved to the other side of the cage and knelt to examine the marks. They looked like large paw prints, but they were old and partially obscured by dust. I wondered if they belonged to a lion or a big cat once used in circus shows. Suddenly, a chill passed over me. The music started again, a few uneven notes from somewhere deeper in the tent. I stood and aimed my flashlight around. I saw no instruments, no speakers, no sign of a music box. The tune died out just as quickly as it started. I felt the hair on my arms stand up. Then I caught a whisper of something else, quiet giggles that seemed to drift through the air. The laughter sounded human, but distant. My chest tightened. It reminded me of clowns chuckling behind some hidden curtain. I forced myself to stay calm. I thought maybe the wind was carrying sounds from outside. I shone the flashlight toward the stands where the seats rose in tiers. I saw only rotting planks and patches of dust. I decided to walk around the ring to another part of the tent. I found an old wooden crate with its lid open. Inside were random props, battered top hats, scuffed canes, and a few half-crushed masks with chipped paint. I picked one up. Its grin was wide, and the paint around the eyes had cracked. The mask's surface felt grimy. As I turned it in my hand, I thought I saw movement in the corner of my vision. I snapped my head around. There was nothing there. I placed the mask back and exhaled slowly. A low scraping noise behind me made me spin again. My flashlight beam fell on the ground, revealing a loop of rope trailing behind some scattered debris. It must have moved when I kicked it, I thought. My heart hammered anyway. I tried to step carefully, but the rope slid under my foot, and I lost my balance. I stumbled, hitting my knee on a broken board. Pain shot up my leg, and I let out a gasp. I dropped the flashlight for a second. When I grabbed it again and pointed it forward, I realized the mask I had just set down wasn't in the crate. I swept the beam across the dirt, searching. My skin prickled with a sudden wave of fear. The mask was gone. I backed away, checking the ground, but I didn't see it anywhere. The laughter I'd heard earlier rose once more, like a quiet snicker in the distance. My throat felt tight. I told myself I should leave. Whatever was going on here, I didn't want to find out. I turned back the way I came, trying to retrace my steps to the tent's entrance. I shuffled in the dim light, forcing my aching knee to cooperate. As I neared the exit, I heard footsteps that sounded like soft thuds, as though someone wore oversized shoes. They seemed to approach from behind me. I froze. My breath caught in my chest. I aimed the flashlight over my shoulder but saw only dusty air. A slow drip echoed nearby, like water or maybe something thicker. I couldn't pinpoint the source. My body felt locked for a moment, as if my mind struggled to process everything. Then I forced my legs to move again. I stepped out of the tent and back into the open air. The sky was darker now, and the lot around me took on a gloomy shade of gray. I tried to keep calm, but my hands trembled. I noticed a few other small tents in the distance, but I wanted no part of them. I began to speed walk back to my car. My knee ached, but adrenaline pushed me forward. Halfway there, I heard that same old mechanical tune, louder this time. It echoed from inside the big tent behind me. My heart pounded. My eyes darted around. I felt as though shapes moved along the edges of my vision, but every time I turned my head, there was nothing. The wind picked up, rustling the dead grass. I kept going, telling myself not to look back again. When I reached my car, I fumbled with the keys, nearly dropping them. I got the door unlocked, slid into the driver's seat, and turned the engine over. The radio sputtered to life with static, making me jump. I quickly turned it off. My chest heaved with rapid breaths. I reversed out onto the dirt road, glancing at my rearview mirror. In the faint glow of my brake lights, I saw movement in the center of the big tent's open space. A silhouette twirled for a second, like a dancer in slow motion. Then the shape vanished. I drove off with my heart racing. My knuckles turned white on the steering wheel. I kept checking the mirror, convinced I might see something following me, but the lot disappeared into darkness. It took a while for me to breathe normally. My mind replayed the laughter, the footprints, the missing mask. My knee throbbed, and the dull ache reminded me that everything I'd seen felt real, not imagined. Over the next few days, I tried to tell a friend about the experience. He just shrugged, saying the place was probably full of critters or squatters playing pranks. I didn't argue. The memory of that slow, eerie music stuck in my head. Sometimes I swore I heard it at night, but it might have been my imagination. My sleep was restless, disturbed by images of a deserted arena and that vanishing silhouette. I don't plan to go back. The place left me with a deep sense of unease that I can't shake. I heard that others have explored there too, claiming they heard the same broken calliope or saw glimpses of clowns in the shadows. Maybe they're just spreading tall tales, or maybe they experienced something similar. Either way, I've had enough. The abandoned circus remains a sealed chapter in my mind. When I pass that side of Amarillo, I feel a small shiver in my spine. The memory hits me every time I see an old poster or hear carnival music. I recall those rusted cages, the rotten benches, and the faint smell of mildew. Mostly, I remember the moment I realized I wasn't alone inside that tent. My pulse races when I think about it. People can dismiss my story, but I can still feel the tension in my chest, the dampness on my palms, and the sting in my knee where I fell. For me, the experience was real enough. I still wonder if that circus is stuck in an endless loop, performing for no audience. I can't explain the laughter or the steps behind me. I only know what I heard and felt. Part of me thinks some presence still clings to that old carnival ground, waiting for anyone foolish enough to step inside. I don't have proof, but I don't need it. The memory is enough to keep me away, and I'll never forget that faint mechanical tune echoing across an empty tent in Amarillo. I first became aware of the abandoned house on Lake Tahoe while researching unique architectural sites in the region. Locals told me that it was built on wooden supports in a shallow part of the lake decades ago. A woman once lived there, alone and isolated from the rest of the community until her death. After hearing these details, I felt drawn to document the place. I'm an architectural photographer, and I find beauty in unusual structures. I decided to make the trip on a clear morning in late summer. I arrived near midday, driving along winding roads that offered occasional glimpses of the lake. The water shimmered under the sun, and boats dotted the surface in the distance. I parked my car at a small public access point, then unloaded a rented inflatable raft, my camera bag, and a few personal supplies. The weather felt warm. The air smelled fresh, with a faint scent of pine. As I set the raft on the water, I noticed how calm the lake was. My excitement rose, and I felt a light tension in my chest. I wanted to see the house with my own eyes. I paddled for about 15 minutes before I spotted the house in the distance. It leaned slightly to one side, as if the supports had shifted. From afar, it looked like a crude box on stilts, with a roof that sagged at one corner. The windows were dark. The walls showed signs of peeling paint or rotting wood. I remembered that this place was once someone's home. That fact gave me a strange feeling in my stomach. I glanced around. The lake's surface was calm, with small ripples caused by my paddling. As I drew closer, I saw how the front part of the house tilted forward. One side sat lower in the water than the other. A small platform jutted out near the entrance, surrounded by algae and sludge. The supports looked worn, and I could see green patches of moss clinging to them. When I finally reached the house, I secured my raft to one of the wooden posts with a rope. The silence pressed in on me. There was no one else around, only the sound of water lapping against the house. I climbed onto the platform carefully. My shoes slipped a bit on the damp wood. The front door was slightly ajar, as if it had been forced open by the wind, though there was no significant breeze. I stepped forward, holding my camera strap tight. When I pushed the door fully open, it creaked loudly. My heart rate picked up. I stood still, listening for any sign of animals or other people. All I heard was a faint dripping noise deeper inside. I took a few slow steps into the main room. The floorboards felt soft under my weight, and a musty odor hit my nose. It smelled like damp rot, mixed with the faint stink of lake water. I saw old furniture scattered around, a small table with a missing leg, a few chairs that leaned at odd angles, and a wooden shelf with dark stains. Dark patches of mold decorated the corners. I noticed a murky film on some surfaces, as if algae had grown there during floods. My stomach tightened at the sight of decay, but I reminded myself I was here to document it. I began taking photos of the interior. I walked carefully, testing each board before stepping. The house felt unstable. My flashlight illuminated thick cobwebs in the corners. I felt a chill on my arms, even though the air was stuffy. As I passed a narrow hallway, I spotted water stains along the wall. I heard a small splash behind me and turned, expecting to see an animal. I saw nothing. My heart drummed in my ears. I decided to continue forward, telling myself it might be droplets falling through a hole in the roof. When I reached what looked like a living area, I spotted damp footprints on the floor. They looked fresh, but I saw no person. My pulse jumped. The prints were shaped like bare feet, larger than mine. They led from a puddle near a corner of the room to the hallway I had just walked through. I crouched and touched the nearest footprint. The wood felt cold and wet. My mind raced, trying to think of a reason for these footprints. I tightened my grip on my camera. The possibility that someone else was in the house made my skin tingle. I followed the footprints a short distance, but they faded. The hallway was too dark to see much without my flashlight. I aimed the beam at the walls. They were thick with greenish moss near the baseboards. The musty smell intensified. Water dripped from the ceiling in steady intervals. I felt drops land on my shoulders. Each drop made me more anxious. I took a moment to focus on my breathing. I decided to check the upstairs before exploring further. A narrow wooden staircase led to a second floor. The steps looked weak, so I climbed slowly, gripping the banister. It felt slimy in my hand. The boards groaned under each step. My heart raced. My mind felt alert, ready to run if something happened. When I reached the top, I found a small hallway with 2 rooms. One door was closed, and the other was halfway open. I entered the open room first. It had a small window that let in a weak gray light. A single bed stood in the center. The mattress was stained and covered with patches of moss. A moldy blanket lay in a heap on top. Beside the bed, on a rickety table, I saw a letter. The page looked yellow and brittle. I picked it up gently. The handwriting was shaky, as if the writer's hand had been unsteady. Phrases mentioned something about the lake's voice and an inability to resist its pull. I felt uneasy reading it. The person had written that the water called to them at night. My palms grew damp. I put the letter down. I snapped a photo of it, noticing how my camera lens started to fog from the humidity in the room. Suddenly, the house shifted. I heard the supports under the floor make a cracking sound. My balance wavered. I placed a hand on the bed to steady myself. The bed felt clammy, and I jerked my hand back. My pulse hammered. I listened for more noises. For a second, I heard something like a heavy thud below. Then silence returned. My mind raced with the thought that the entire structure might collapse. I decided to leave that room and check the other door before heading out. I wanted to document as much as possible. I twisted the knob of the closed door. It stuck. I forced it. The door swung open, revealing a smaller space that might have been a storage room or a closet. The only items were a few crates, rotting from moisture. Water dripped through a crack in the roof onto the crates. The smell of mildew overwhelmed me. I felt a sudden draft of cold air. It gave me goosebumps. I peered around, shining my flashlight in the corners, but saw no footprints. After snapping a few photos, I decided I had enough. I wanted to get back to my raft and leave. As I made my way downstairs, the entire house seemed to shift again. This time, it felt more dramatic. The floor tipped forward. I fell against the banister, and a loud creak echoed through the structure. My heart pounded. I descended the rest of the steps quickly, trying not to slip. The main floor was leaning even more now. Water seeped into the hallway, forming puddles. A thick wave of panic hit me. My legs trembled, and my throat felt tight. I hurried to the front door, but the handle jammed. I yanked it hard, feeling sweat on my forehead. Finally, it burst open. I stepped out onto the small platform. Water lapped at my ankles. The platform was partially submerged. The house was sinking faster than I expected. My chest felt tight as I fought to keep my balance. I glanced back for a moment. The doorway behind me hung crookedly, and the interior looked dark. Then I heard something like a soft knocking sound from under the house. The noise raised the hair on my arms. I forced myself to focus on getting to my raft. I waded through the waist-deep water. My raft was still tied to one of the supports. It was bobbing wildly because of the shifting house. I fumbled to untie the rope. My fingers felt numb with anxiety. My breath came fast and shallow. When I finally freed the raft, I climbed in, my heart racing. The raft rocked from side to side. I grabbed the oar, pushing away from the house as quickly as I could. As I paddled back, I saw the house tilt further. Parts of it disappeared under the water's surface. The roof began to dip. My chest tightened, and I felt a shiver even though I was drenched in sweat and lake water. I slowed my paddling for a moment, watching as the structure continued to sink. The wooden supports groaned. I caught a glimpse of movement near a submerged window. It looked like a silhouette, perhaps a figure with long hair drifting under the water. My heart hammered. I gasped, nearly dropping the oar. When I blinked, the shape was gone. I turned away and forced myself to keep paddling, ignoring the pounding in my chest. My limbs felt heavy, but adrenaline pushed me forward. By the time I reached the shore, the sun was lower in the sky. My clothes clung to my skin, and I shivered in the cooling evening air. I pulled the raft onto the sand, collapsed next to it, and struggled to catch my breath. I glanced back at the lake. I could barely see the tip of the house's roof, and then it was gone. That night, I reviewed the photos on my camera. Most were clear, showing the rotted interior and the water damage. A few shots, however, were blurry. In one, I thought I saw a faint shape near the window upstairs. It could have been a trick of the light or a smear on the lens. My heart raced again as I stared at the image. I deleted it and tried to calm myself. My fingers shook. I never returned to that part of the lake. In the following days, I heard rumors that the house had finally disappeared beneath the surface. People said the supports gave out, dragging the entire structure down. Some locals believed the woman who lived there stayed connected to it, even in death. I don't know what to think. I only know how I felt that afternoon, trapped in a sinking building with wet footprints and a cold draft that seemed to come from nowhere. When people ask me about that abandoned house, I say it was a decaying structure that finally collapsed. I don't mention the footprints or the knocking sound under the water. I don't mention the blurred figure in the photos or the letter describing the call of the lake. I prefer to forget the sound of the wood twisting under my feet and the sight of the silhouette beneath the waves. But sometimes I remember the slow tilt of the floor, the sudden rush of water, and the chill that clung to me long after I left Lake Tahoe. That memory is enough to keep me from ever seeking out similar places again. I first heard about the so-called Whispering Wood when I started working as a local guide in Aspen. My employer warned me never to take groups there. People claimed that if you walked into that dense part of the forest at dusk, you'd hear voices whispering your name. Most of us avoided it because it gave us a bad feeling. We preferred the safer, more open trails. But one summer, a group of 4 college kids arrived, eager for something off the usual path. They wanted an authentic experience. Against my better judgment, I agreed to guide them into the Whispering Wood. We set out around midday to ensure we had enough light. The first part of the trail was easy. We passed tall pines, a few small streams, and plenty of clearings where we could rest. The young men seemed excited, joking around and taking selfies. One of them, Matt, even brought a small camera to document everything. I felt uneasy from the moment we approached the darker section of the forest. The air felt heavier and the breeze dropped off. I tried to ignore my own nerves, focusing on my job. Keep them safe, keep them together. By late afternoon, we reached the denser region. The trees grew taller and closer, blocking much of the sunlight. The temperature dropped noticeably. The others didn't seem worried at first. They were too busy talking about how quiet it was. I heard only the faint crunch of our boots on the undergrowth and our breathing. My palms began to sweat. I wiped them on my pants and glanced at my watch. It was approaching 5 p.m., and the light would start to fade soon. I wanted to turn back, but they insisted on going a bit further to see if the rumors were true. Soon, a sudden gust of wind made the branches overhead rattle. I paused, feeling my heart rate climb. I heard something that sounded like soft whispers carried by the wind. I turned, expecting to see someone behind us, but saw only the swaying trees. One of the group, Eric, laughed nervously. He said he thought he heard his name whispered. We all glanced at each other. Nobody said anything else, but the tension was clear. My stomach felt tight. My breathing grew shallow. I tried to calm myself, reminding everyone to stick together. As we moved deeper, the forest grew darker. I kept checking my watch. It was only 6 p.m., but the shadows stretched across the ground as if it were much later. The guys started talking less. I noticed Mark, the quieter one, looking around constantly. My pulse sped up too. I tried to maintain a calm facade for their sake, but a knot formed in my chest. The air felt stagnant, and each of my steps felt heavy. I told them we'd go just a bit further, then turn around. Suddenly we heard a clear voice. It said, "Wait." The sound was faint, but unmistakable. We all froze. It sounded too human to be the wind. My throat felt dry. My skin tingled. Eric yelled, "Who's there?" There was no answer. We exchanged tense looks. My legs felt weak. I remembered the stories of people hearing their own names or strange phrases. I wanted to turn around right then, but nobody else moved. They all looked to me for guidance, and I hesitated. I felt my stomach twist. We continued, but our pace slowed. None of us joked anymore. The only sounds were our breathing and the rustle of leaves under our boots. We reached a point where the path thinned out. The ground dipped, and we had to step over exposed roots. I urged everyone to be careful. My nerves were on edge. I noticed a dryness in my mouth, and my fingertips felt cold despite the warm season. Matt raised his camera to film the surroundings, but the battery indicator started flashing. He cursed under his breath, saying he charged it fully that morning. By the time we reached a small clearing, it was close to 7 p.m. The light was fading fast. The clearing was surrounded by thick bushes and tall pines. The group wanted to stop to rest and drink water. I agreed, but insisted we keep it short. We formed a small circle. I pulled out my compass to check our heading. The needle wavered oddly for a second, which made my stomach churn. Then it settled. I tried to act like it was normal, but my hands shook. The tension in my neck spread to my shoulders. That's when we heard the whispering again. It sounded like several voices, low and urgent. I couldn't catch the exact words. My pulse raced. The others looked at me with wide eyes. The whispers didn't sound like any language I recognized. They came from the trees on the edge of the clearing. Eric stood up to investigate, but I grabbed his arm, shaking my head. My instincts screamed at me to stay still. I felt my heart pounding in my chest. My breathing turned shallow. The hair on my arms stood up. Suddenly, one of the guys, Mike, realized Mark wasn't with us. We spun around, calling his name. Our voices echoed between the trunks. My anxiety spiked. I heard the blood pounding in my ears. We frantically scanned the clearing. Matt said he saw Mark drift away with his camera, claiming he wanted better footage. My throat tightened. We had agreed to stick together. I told them all to remain in the clearing while I searched the immediate area. My legs felt shaky, but I forced them to move. I headed into the trees, calling Mark's name. I kept my flashlight ready, though I hadn't turned it on yet. The daylight was almost gone, but it wasn't pitch black. My pulse hammered in my ears, and a wave of panic hit me as the trees seemed to close in. I found no sign of him after a few minutes. Then I heard a yell from behind me. I ran back to the clearing, stumbling over a root. When I arrived, the others were huddled in a circle. Eric pointed to the tree line, saying he saw a shadow moving. The whispering grew louder, but still impossible to decipher. At that moment, Mark burst back into the clearing. He was pale, breathing in sharp gasps. He looked terrified. He held his camera in one hand, and his face was dripping with sweat. He said he saw a figure standing behind a tree, watching him. When he pointed the camera, the figure disappeared. Then the forest seemed to go dark. He said it was like stepping into a room where someone flicked off the lights for a second. His voice trembled. We noticed that his watch showed half an hour ahead of our own, which made no sense. We decided we needed to leave immediately. I checked my compass again, but it kept spinning for a moment before settling. My head throbbed with tension. I told them to follow me and walk fast. The whispering seemed to follow us. Each time we stopped, it got louder. My arms felt weak and my breaths came quick. Nobody spoke except in short, panicked bursts. I led them along what I believed was the trail back, but the forest looked different. The trees seemed closer together, and the path was hard to trace. The guys kept muttering that it felt like we were walking in circles. One of them tripped over a fallen branch. I helped him up. My back ached from stress, and my hands shook as I clutched my flashlight. We reached a large pine tree that I swore we had passed earlier, even though we had been walking in the opposite direction. Matt's phone said it was almost 8:30 p.m., yet the darkness suggested later. My heart pounded faster. I forced myself to keep going, ignoring the burn in my legs. Finally, we spotted a familiar boulder near the main trail. Relief hit me so hard I almost laughed. We trudged back onto a wider path, and the whispering began to fade. By the time we exited the densest section of forest, the air felt lighter. We kept moving until we reached the parking area. We all slumped against the car, breathing heavily. My clothes stuck to my body from sweat. The college guys exchanged panicked glances, as if they couldn't believe what they had just experienced. When we checked our watches, we realized we had been in the forest about an hour longer than we thought. Mark's watch had advanced even more, but eventually it matched the rest of ours again. We had trouble explaining it logically. Everything felt wrong. My throat was dry. My body shook with leftover adrenaline. We decided not to talk about it until we got a safe distance away. That night, I could barely sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard whispers. I pictured the figure Mark said he saw. I felt that same tightness in my chest. The guys texted me the next day, asking about the footage on Mark's camera, but most of it was blurry or blacked out. He only captured a few moments of the forest floor and some faint rustling sounds. I told them I had no idea what happened out there. All I knew was that we shouldn't have gone that deep at dusk. In the following weeks, I refused any tours that involved entering the whispering wood close to sunset. I focused on safer routes, telling people it was for their own good. When they asked why, I just said it was easy to get lost. I never mentioned the voices or the strange shadows. A few locals share similar stories but keep quiet for fear of scaring away tourists. I don't blame them. I still lead groups on the well-known trails, but I always feel uneasy when I glance at the tree line. Sometimes I think I hear a faint whisper, but it might be my imagination. My back tenses, and my stomach churns, remembering that night. A few hikers have asked me about the rumors, but I brush them off. The tension never fully disappears. My heart speeds up if anyone mentions going off trail near dusk. I know what I heard out there. I know how my body felt, the sweat trickling down my spine and the ache in my chest. I remember the fear in Mark's eyes when he stumbled back into the clearing. There's no elegant explanation for it. The only thing I can tell people is not to wander in that part of the forest when the light fades. I don't know if it's spirits, echoes of lost travelers, or something else. All I know is that once those whispers start, you feel trapped. You can't think straight, and time gets weird. It's a feeling I never want to experience again. I still live in Aspen. I still guide groups. But I avoid that area. If someone asks about the Whispering Wood, I shrug and say it's overgrown and not worth the trouble. In truth, I don't want anyone else to feel what we felt or risk not coming back at all. Our story ended the moment we found the main trail, but I have no idea what else lurks in those trees after dark. I can't pretend to understand it. I just hope nobody tries to find out the hard way. I first visited the abandoned power plant in Davenport on a humid Saturday afternoon. People had warned me about the place. They said strange lights appeared on the roof at night. They claimed the building still carried some electricity in its walls. I was curious. I had explored empty buildings before, and I liked the feeling of stepping into spaces few people dared to enter. This time, I wanted to see if the rumors were true. I parked my car a few blocks away, not sure if the authorities watched the site. The chain-link fence around the property had rusted sections. I found a gap near the main gate where the metal had bent outward. The air smelled stale, like stagnant water and weeds. I stepped onto the gravel, looking around for signs of security patrols. I saw no movement, heard no traffic. The sound of my own footsteps was the only noise. I wiped my forehead, feeling sweat from the afternoon heat. The sun was low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the yard. When I reached the main door, I noticed a warning sign that said, "No trespassing," in faded red letters. The door was locked with a rusted padlock. I pulled a small set of tools from my backpack and worked on the lock. My hands felt unsteady. I was anxious about being caught, but I pressed on. After a few minutes, the lock popped open. I slid it off, and the chain rattled. I hesitated before pushing the door. The sound of the hinges made me wince. It reminded me of nails scraping on metal. I stepped inside and clicked on my flashlight. Dust swirled in the beam of light. The place smelled like old cement, damp paper, and corroded steel. I stood in a wide corridor lined with broken pipes and cables hanging from the ceiling. My footsteps echoed. I saw lumps of debris on the floor, broken ceiling tiles, bricks, and a few twisted wires. I swallowed, feeling my throat tighten. It felt like the building was pressing down on me. I moved forward, pausing every few steps to listen. The only sounds were my breathing and the crunch of rubble under my sneakers. Soon, I found myself in a large open space that looked like a control room. Rows of metal panels stood along one wall. Each had dials, buttons, and levers, all covered in a thick layer of dust. The glass covers on some gauges were cracked. I ran my hand across one of the panels, leaving a smear of dirt on my palm. The air felt dense. It was hard to explain. My body felt tense, and my heart beat faster than normal. I wiped my hand on my jeans, then shone my flashlight on the floor to avoid stepping on broken glass. I moved closer to a row of electrical consoles. I noticed old labels indicating different sections: turbine control, voltage regulation, emergency shutdown. Some of the labels were peeling off. I wondered if anyone had used these controls in decades. I reached out and flipped a switch without thinking. Nothing happened. I felt a small sense of relief. Part of me feared that something might spark or hum. I told myself it was just an abandoned building, but the silence felt unnatural. I heard my pulse in my ears. Then I heard a faint crackling sound. It came from one of the panels. It made me jump. I aimed my flashlight at it. The crackling stopped. I leaned in, noticing cobwebs around the switches. I stepped back, feeling a chill on my neck. My nerves were on edge. My stomach tightened, and my mouth felt dry. I tried to focus on my breathing. I pointed my flashlight at the door on the other side of the room. I wanted to keep moving. I walked through another corridor and entered a massive room that looked like the central area for turbines. I saw a large metal structure in the center, surrounded by catwalks and staircases. The place was dark, except for the faint light leaking through broken windows high on the walls. I aimed my flashlight around the space. The beam revealed thick columns of dust in the air. The noise of my footsteps echoed in this chamber, making it feel like someone might be following me. I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see another figure. Nothing was there, but my skin still prickled with unease. I climbed a short staircase and reached a walkway that overlooked the main turbine area. The metal grated beneath my feet. It felt unstable. I tested each step before fully committing my weight. Below me, I could see old pipes and large gears, all coated in rust. The smell of mildew grew stronger. The darkness in the corners made me feel disoriented. I gripped the handrail, my palms sweating. My flashlight beam shook as my hand trembled. I paused to calm myself, taking shallow breaths. Suddenly, I heard a soft hum. It reminded me of a generator starting up in the distance. The sound was low and uneven. My ears strained to pinpoint the direction. I aimed my flashlight across the room but saw nothing move. Then a faint clank sounded from beneath the walkway. It was a sharp metal-on-metal noise. My pulse quickened. I stared into the darkness, wishing I had a brighter light. My thighs felt tense, like I was ready to bolt if something jumped out. I decided to head back down the stairs and find another route. The metal steps groaned with each footstep. I felt a growing urge to leave, but I also wanted to see more. I reached the bottom and spotted a corridor labeled Sub-Level Access. A metal door stood slightly ajar. I walked over and peered inside. My flashlight revealed a descending staircase. The walls were damp, and water dripped from the ceiling. A strong, musty odor filled my nostrils. I took one cautious step at a time, the metal stairs squeaking. The hum got louder. At the bottom, I found a corridor lit only by my flashlight. Puddles formed on the floor, soaking the bottoms of my shoes. The air felt colder. My breath caught in my throat. I stepped forward, passing old storage rooms on each side. Most doors were closed or blocked by debris. I followed the hum. My heartbeat thumped in my chest. My mouth felt dry and my hands shook slightly. After about 30 feet, I came to a heavy door that appeared half open. I pushed it, and it scraped the concrete floor. The hum intensified. Inside, I saw an old generator. It looked corroded. I assumed it was dead, yet a faint light on one control panel flickered. My stomach tightened. How could this machine be active without an external power source? I approached it slowly. The flicker stopped. Then I smelled an oily odor. I glanced around the room. My eyes adjusted to the dark shapes of pipes and cables overhead. That's when I sensed movement. At first I thought I saw a trick of the light on the far wall. I froze, shining my flashlight in that direction. The beam revealed a vague shape. It reminded me of a person, but translucent. My heart pounded. I forgot to breathe. Then I saw more shapes drifting near the generator. They moved in slow, deliberate motions. They looked like workers in old uniforms, each figure faint and distorted. I heard no voices. They performed mechanical gestures, touching dials or turning invisible valves. My chest felt tight. My face grew hot. My arms shook. I wanted to run, but my legs felt heavy. My mind scrambled for a rational explanation, but I couldn't find one. I forced myself to take a step back. The toe of my shoe hit a loose piece of metal on the floor, making a loud clang. One of the figures turned its head toward me, though I couldn't see any facial features. The outlines flickered like faint projections. I felt a surge of panic. My breathing sped up. My skin was clammy. I backed out of the room, keeping my flashlight on them. They continued moving as if they were still at work. I heard a faint metallic clank echo through the corridor. The hum persisted. I turned and hurried back down the corridor, splashing through puddles. My ears rang with tension. The walls felt narrow. I tripped over a loose cable and hit my shoulder against the damp concrete. Pain shot down my arm, and I gasped. My flashlight nearly fell from my hand. I clutched it tight, scrambled up, and kept running. When I reached the stairs, I paused to catch my breath. My heart hammered. I heard the hum behind me. It sounded distant now, but I couldn't shake the memory of those shapes. I climbed the steps, each movement fueled by adrenaline. My lungs burned, my throat was raw. The hallway upstairs felt just as quiet, but the air was warmer. I spotted a side exit that I hadn't noticed before. I yanked the door open. It led me into a narrow alley next to the plant. I felt immediate relief at the sight of the open sky. I sprinted around the building, heading back to the main gate. My hands were shaking. My knees felt weak. I reached the fence and slipped through the gap. My heart rate began to slow, but my mind was still racing. The sunlight had almost gone, and dusk colored the sky. I turned around to look at the power plant one last time. For a moment, I saw a weak glow in an upper window. Then it went dark. I drove away, my hands gripping the wheel. My pulse pounded in my temples. The abandoned streets of Davenport felt quiet, but I couldn't stop thinking about what I had seen. That night, I kept replaying the scene in my mind. I remembered the generator flickering, the shapes of those workers, the uniform outlines. I tried to convince myself it was some leftover gas or reflection, but it didn't make sense. The feeling was too strong. The place felt active, like it was still running in a hidden way. In the weeks that followed, I told a few people about my experience. Most of them joked about me scaring myself. They said I probably saw old shadows or had an overactive imagination. I tried to laugh it off, but I remembered the cold fear in my chest, the way I froze when one of those figures turned in my direction. I couldn't forget the smell of oil or the hum of that generator. I still believe that the power plant holds a remnant of energy, sustained by whatever happened there long ago. I can't explain it with any science I know. I only know what I felt and saw. I sometimes wonder if the spirits of those workers are trapped in a cycle, running a plant that no longer officially operates. I haven't gone back, and I doubt I ever will. When I think about it, I feel my skin prickle and my heart speed up. I can still picture those translucent shapes tending to obsolete machinery in that cold, damp sub-level. Even now, recalling it makes my hands shake. I think the old power plant in Davenport is not just an empty shell. Something still lingers there, working in silence, hidden from the outside world. I first heard about the strange lights near Firefly Creek when I was 12 years old. People called them fireflies, but everyone knew they were more than insects. I remember standing on my porch at dusk, watching yellow glimmers over the water. Some nights, they were just tiny flickers that blended with the real fireflies. Other nights, they moved in a way that made me uneasy. They floated in loops or glided slowly against the breeze, as if they had their own plans. I never had the courage to investigate as a child. I only stared through my window, imagining all sorts of possible explanations. Over time, the stories around town fed my curiosity. Locals whispered about old rituals, spiritual energy, and restless presences. By the time I was 19, I decided I wanted real answers. I packed a simple camping kit, a small tent, a flashlight, some matches, and a pocket knife. I chose a warm summer weekend when the creek area was less crowded. Tourists usually came in big groups, but I wanted to be alone. I reached the creek in the early afternoon, riding my worn-out bike along a dirt path. The sun was high, and the sound of water calmed my nerves. I felt a tightness in my chest, but I kept moving forward, reminding myself that I was brave enough to handle whatever I found. Once I arrived, I set up my tent on a patch of flat ground a short distance from the creek. I checked my watch. It was almost 5 p.m. The evening light started to fade around 7 p.m. I decided to rest near the water and observe. Crickets chirped, and the scent of wet leaves drifted in the air. A light breeze rustled the tall grass. I sat on a small rock, scanning the surface of the creek. At first I saw nothing unusual, just dragonflies and a few fireflies flickering among the brush. My back started to feel stiff from sitting, so I stood up and walked along the waterline. The temperature dropped a bit, making my arms prickle with goosebumps. I tried not to let my imagination run wild, but my stomach felt knotted, and my hands were slightly clammy. Around 9 p.m. I noticed small green lights dancing above the creek. They were dim at first, blending with the real fireflies. But these lights started to circle slowly, then sped up in tight loops. My heart pounded. My mouth went dry. I switched on my flashlight and pointed it toward them, but the glow vanished. I laughed nervously, convincing myself it was my imagination. I felt a dull ache in my temples, as if I were straining to focus. I turned off my flashlight and sat down on my sleeping bag near the tent, deciding to wait for full darkness. I must have dozed off for a bit, because I jumped awake at the sound of a low buzzing. It was almost midnight. The creek seemed darker than before. Even the moonlight felt weaker. The hum intensified, like distant voices crossing the water. I unzipped my tent slowly, peered outside, and saw what looked like lanterns. They were larger than any firefly glow. There were maybe 6 or 7 of them, gently bobbing in the air. Each one shone with a soft greenish hue. I sat there, feeling my heart hammer against my ribs, my breath caught in my throat. They swayed in an organized pattern, drifting close to me, then floating back. I stood up and walked a few steps toward them. They moved away, as if they wanted me to follow. My mind raced. Should I stay put or go after them? My pulse was loud in my ears. My legs felt shaky, but I didn't want to miss the chance to see what these lights really were. I forced myself forward, each footstep crunching on leaves. I gripped my flashlight in my left hand, but I didn't turn it on. I worried it might scare them off. They led me into the edge of the forest, weaving through the trunks at a slow pace. I moved carefully, keeping my eyes on the lights and glancing down to avoid roots. The smell of damp earth filled my nostrils. The hum was steady, like a chorus of muffled whispers. I felt sweat trickle down my back, even though the air was cool. My breath was shallow. I looked around and realized I'd gone farther than I expected. The moonlight was dim here, and the canopy overhead blocked most of the sky. The lights guided me to a small clearing covered in moss. I almost tripped over a raised root before stepping onto the soft patch of green. In the center of the clearing, there was a circle of stones. They were arranged in a neat pattern, each about knee-high, spaced evenly. At first, I thought it might be an old fire pit, but it looked too methodical. I walked closer and saw faint carvings on the stones. My heart thumped harder. Each carving looked worn, but I could make out what seemed like runic shapes. I felt sweat on my palms. My breathing turned shallow and rapid. The lights hovered around the circle, illuminating faint lines cut into the ground. I spotted a symbol in the center that glowed faintly. It reminded me of a spiral with small lines branching off. I felt a tingling in my arms as I stared at it. I crouched down to see it better, placing one knee on the moss. The hum around me seemed to increase, pressing on my eardrums. My body tensed, and I felt a quiver in my stomach. I reached out to touch the carving. The second my fingertips brushed the surface, the hum stopped. The lights flickered once, then went out. I found myself in near total darkness, with my heart racing. I stood up too quickly, feeling lightheaded. The silence was suffocating. Not even crickets made a sound now. My mind spun with questions. Where did they go? Why did the symbol stop glowing? My pulse drummed in my temples. I fumbled for my flashlight, flicking it on. The beam cut through the darkness, revealing the circle of stones. They looked dull and ordinary now. I swallowed, tasting dryness in my throat. I pivoted on my heel, shining the light all around, but saw no movement. I stumbled back the way I came, pushing through low branches. My flashlight shook in my hand. Leaves scraped my arms, and I stumbled over roots in my rush. My lungs felt tight, and my mouth kept opening to gulp in more air. It felt like the forest had grown darker, as if the moon had disappeared. I kept shining the beam around, half expecting one of those lanterns to pop back into view. My scalp prickled with a sense of being watched. I glanced over my shoulder every few steps, convinced something was right behind me. When I finally reached my tent, I noticed how my campsite seemed different. The air felt colder, and the chirping of crickets returned, but it sounded distant. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped the flashlight. I grabbed it again and zipped myself into my tent. My head buzzed with fear and confusion. I lay there with my heart pounding for what felt like an hour, trying to piece things together. I felt a chill in my bones that wouldn't go away. I drifted in and out of a restless sleep. At one point, I thought I heard soft voices outside, but I was too afraid to look. I stared at the nylon ceiling of the tent until the early morning light filtered through. When I finally crawled outside at dawn, everything looked normal. The creek shimmered under the sunrise, birds sang, and a light mist hovered near the water. I wondered if I had dreamed the whole thing, but the footprints in the damp earth told me otherwise. My legs felt heavy, and my eyes burned from lack of sleep. I packed up my gear quickly, forcing myself to keep calm. My mouth was dry and my stomach twisted with leftover tension. As I rolled my sleeping bag, I noticed how quiet the area felt. Even the birds seemed subdued. I left the campsite and biked back to town, my mind spinning with the memory of those floating lights and that sudden darkness. My shoulders ached from tensing them all night. Over the next few days, I couldn't shake the sensation that I was being watched. The feeling crept up on me in my own kitchen, during walks around the neighborhood, even in my bedroom at night. Sometimes I caught a glimpse of movement out of the corner of my eye. But when I turned, there was nothing. My neck hair stood on end at the slightest odd sound. My heartbeat would spike, and I'd have to take a few deep breaths to calm down. I returned to Firefly Creek a few weeks later, but only in broad daylight. The water looked bright and welcoming. I walked the shoreline, scanning for any sign of those lights. Everything was still. A few tourists waded in the creek, joking about how cold it felt. I tried to act normal, but my muscles were tense. I stepped on a patch of wet leaves near the water, and my heart jumped, expecting something to burst out. Nothing happened. The old stories about lost settlers and ancient rituals bounced around my mind, but I didn't want to think about them. I just wanted to confirm that everything was ordinary in the daytime. I never saw the lantern lights again, but whenever I neared that part of the creek, I felt an uneasy tug. The air felt heavier, my chest would tighten, and my breathing would become shallow. I sometimes imagined a faint hum just beyond my hearing range, and my pulse would skip. Then it would fade. I tried to ignore it, but it lingered in the back of my thoughts. At night, I sometimes dreamed of the mossy clearing and the circle of stones, with that glowing symbol in the center. I avoided telling many people about my experience. The few I spoke to either laughed it off or insisted I had some wild hallucination. I didn't argue with them. I knew what I experienced. The fear in my chest and the pounding of my heart were real. The sudden blackout of those lights was real too. I saw that circle of carved stones with my own eyes. I touched the symbol, and I felt the hum vanish in an instant. You can't fake the surge of panic that comes when you're plunged into darkness like that. Sometimes I still wonder what would have happened if I hadn't touched that symbol. Would the lanterns have stayed lit longer, or would something else have appeared? The memory of that abrupt silence haunts me. It was like a wave of emptiness washing over the clearing. I think about those stones sitting in the forest, and I wonder if they still hold any trace of that glow. Maybe something remains there, waiting for the next person curious enough to follow strange lights into the woods. I've learned to be cautious when people talk about supernatural events around Firefly Creek. I don't mock them or roll my eyes. I give them a polite nod, and I think back to the raw adrenaline pumping through my veins that night. It's the reason I no longer camp alone. If anyone asks me why, I just say I prefer solid walls around me when I sleep. I might smile when I say it, but deep inside, I feel a cold knot in my gut. I still go hiking sometimes, but always in a group. I make sure we stay far from that particular spot in the woods. I never mention the circle of stones. I never mention the symbol or the lights that looked like lanterns. If a friend jokes about hearing something in the brush, I tense up. My fingers dig into my backpack straps. My breath catches for a moment. Then I force a laugh and move on. I realize now that I may never have a logical explanation. I remember the glow, the hum, and the sudden blackness. I recall the pounding of my heart and the rush of fear as I ran back to my tent. Those details are burned into my memory. If someone chooses not to believe me, that's fine. I know what I felt that night. I can't forget the cold sweat on my arms or the tightness in my chest. I can't forget the emptiness I felt when the lights vanished, leaving me alone in the dark. When people ask about Firefly Creek, I keep my answers short. I tell them to stay close to the beaten paths if they plan to go at dusk. They sometimes laugh or ask if it's because of bears. I just nod and try to change the subject. But the truth is, I don't want anyone stumbling into that clearing by accident. You never know when those lanterns might decide to light up again, and I don't want to imagine what happens if they don't go out this time. I first heard about the empty townhouse in Savannah from local guides who specialize in ghost tours. They mentioned a white-faced building on a side street that most tour groups avoid. They said neighbors disliked walking past it, even in daylight. I'm a guide myself, and I like to check out new locations to keep my tours fresh. So one night, after I'd finished leading my usual route around the city squares, I decided to wander over to that quiet street and look for the place. I had a small flashlight in my jacket pocket, just in case. It was around midnight, and the roads were empty, with only a few distant street lamps providing light. When I found the building, it was easy to identify. It was a white townhouse with tall windows that appeared boarded or shuttered from the inside. The facade had a thin layer of dust or grime, and I noticed the porch steps had cracks running through them. There was a fence around the small front yard, but no gate. I stepped over a loose plank to get closer to the front window. I wanted to see if anything was visible through the dusty glass. I leaned in, trying to peer past the dirt, and thought I saw a dark corridor inside. Then, at the far end of that corridor, a faint flicker of light appeared for just a moment, like someone turning on a lamp. It vanished before I could focus on it. I backed away, suddenly unsure if I should continue. My heart was pounding a bit faster than normal, but I felt compelled to try the door. I figured it would be locked or boarded up. To my surprise, when I set my hand on the knob, it turned. A wave of hesitation hit me, but I told myself I might never get another chance to check out this famous empty house. So I pushed the door open. The hinges squealed loudly, and I winced at the sound echoing down the quiet street. My flashlight revealed a small foyer with a dusty floor and faded wallpaper. The air smelled like old wood and moldy fabric. I stepped inside, leaving the door ajar behind me. The silence pressed in, broken only by a slight creaking of the floor under my shoes. I raised the flashlight, scanning the foyer. On one side, a narrow stairway led to the upper floors. On the other, a hallway stretched toward the back of the house. I saw a large mirror on the wall, covered by a sheet that had turned yellow over time. The corners of the sheet were tattered, and cobwebs hung around the edges. My breath was already shallow from the lingering sense that I was trespassing somewhere I shouldn't be. I decided to walk straight down the corridor. My shoes left prints in the dust as I moved. The hallway opened into a sitting room with furniture that looked antique. Chairs and a small sofa were arranged around a rug, all coated in a fine layer of dust. One chair was overturned, as though someone had jumped up from it in a hurry. The shape of the cushions looked old-fashioned, and I could see scratch marks on the wooden arms. My flashlight beam swept across the fireplace, where a few soot-stained bricks showed that a fire hadn't been lit there in a long time. A subtle movement caught my eye near the far corner. I froze, heart thumping. I thought I saw a piece of fabric shift, like a curtain being pulled aside. I whispered, "Hello?" but heard no response. Then I realized there might be a slight draft coming in from somewhere, and that might have caused the movement. Still, I felt uneasy. My neck stiffened, and my pulse hammered in my ears. I noticed a doorway leading to another room that seemed to be a dining area. A large wooden table stood at the center, with chairs pushed aside as if people had left in the middle of a meal. I could see faint markings on the table where plates might have been placed. Dust motes swirled in the beam of my flashlight. Then I heard a dull thump from above me, like something dropping to the floor on the second level. A short jolt of fear went through me. I remembered the staircase near the foyer, so I decided to go back and investigate, even though every instinct told me to leave. Returning to the foyer, I found the staircase. It was wide but steep, each step creaking under my weight. My heart pounded with every noise the stairs made. The walls along the staircase had old portraits in frames, but the faces were so faded I couldn't make them out. I pointed the flashlight at them briefly, but the dust and worn paint revealed almost nothing. I kept going, reaching a landing that led to a corridor with closed doors on both sides. The air felt colder up here, and the smell of dust was stronger. I tried the first door on my left. It opened into a bedroom with a large four-poster bed covered by a faded quilt. I approached the bed, noticing the quilt had strange stains along one edge. My stomach tightened, and I took a step back. The window in this room was boarded from the inside, letting only a thin sliver of moonlight peek through a gap. I caught a glimpse of movement in the small reflection of a dressing mirror across the room. It seemed like something darted past behind me. I spun around, shining the flashlight, but saw no one. My hands began to shake, and I felt a sudden dryness in my mouth. I left the bedroom, returning to the hallway, where I saw the second door stood slightly ajar. I heard a faint hum of air flowing through the gap. Pushing it open, I found another bedroom. This one had fewer furnishings. A single chair sat by the window, and a tall mirror leaned against the wall, covered with a dusty sheet, similar to the one in the foyer. I walked in carefully, scanning every corner with my flashlight. I noticed footprints in the dust on the floor. Some of them looked smaller, like a child's footprints, but I couldn't be certain. My gut churned with an uncomfortable feeling. Why would there be fresh-looking footprints in a place that seemed abandoned? I approached the tall mirror, deciding to see what was behind the sheet. A sense of dread clung to me. My flashlight trembled in my hand. With my free hand, I grabbed the sheet's corner and pulled it down. The mirror's surface reflected my own wide-eyed face. But I also saw a figure behind me, a pale person, standing just a few feet away. I let out a startled gasp and spun around. The room was empty. My flashlight shook as I moved it frantically across the walls and floor. Nothing. My spine tingled, and I felt like my insides had turned to ice. I rushed out of the room, feeling panic take hold. The corridor seemed darker than before. A faint sound reached my ears, maybe distant singing or whispering. It was impossible to pinpoint. My breathing grew rapid. I forced myself to walk quickly but cautiously back toward the stairs. As I passed another door, I noticed a trunk in the hallway. It was open, revealing old clothes that looked like they belonged to another era. One garment appeared to hover slightly, as if someone had lifted it from inside. I swear I saw it move, but when I blinked, it lay still in the trunk. A sudden chill made me break out in goosebumps. I made my way downstairs as fast as I could without tumbling. Each step felt like it might crack under me. In the foyer, I glanced at the large mirror on the wall, the one covered by the discolored sheet. Now the sheet was partially pulled back, exposing half the mirror. My breath caught in my throat. I hadn't touched that mirror. My flashlight's beam landed on the exposed glass, and I saw my reflection again, but it wasn't just me. I saw a second shape behind me, like a faint outline of a person. I turned around instantly, shining the flashlight everywhere. The foyer was empty, but my ears picked up the sound of a soft exhale, almost like a sigh. My nerves were at their breaking point. I bolted for the open front door, ignoring the mess of footprints I left behind in the dust. Just as I reached the threshold, I heard a sharp clatter behind me, like something heavy had been dropped or knocked over in the hallway. I didn't look back. I sprinted onto the porch, nearly stumbling down the cracked steps. My chest felt tight. Once I got to the sidewalk, I tried to slow my breathing, leaning against a street lamp. The street looked as empty as before, with no sign of movement inside that house. After a moment, I turned to see if the townhouse door was still open. It was shut. I had left it wide open, but now it stood closed, and the building looked just as it had when I arrived, silent, with dusty windows. My fingers trembled as I fumbled for my phone. I thought about calling someone, but who would I call at this hour, and what would I tell them? I decided I needed to calm down first. Over the next few weeks, I told a couple of colleagues about my experience. Some believed me, saying that house had a dark reputation. Others laughed it off. One friend insisted on seeing it for herself, but she backed out after hearing the detail about the figure in the mirror. I've occasionally returned to that street with my tour group, but I never take them to that townhouse. I just point it out from a distance, telling them it's one of Savannah's lesser-known haunted spots. I don't elaborate. I've never mustered the courage to go inside again. Sometimes when I pass by, the building looks exactly as before, still and neglected, with no lights in the windows. Yet I recall the flicker I saw that first night, the open trunk, the pale figure behind me in the mirror, and the feeling that I was being watched the whole time. It's enough to keep me away. I don't claim to know the history of that house or what caused the strange events I witnessed. All I know is that I felt a presence, something that moved in silence and showed itself only in reflections. Even now, the memory of stepping into that dusty corridor and seeing that fleeting light at the back of the house makes me shiver. I continue my work as a guide, leading people through the well-documented haunted squares, discussing Savannah's rich history. But in private conversations, if anyone asks about truly unsettling places, I mention the empty white townhouse on that quiet street. Most folks politely change the subject. A few express curiosity, but I warn them that some doors, once opened, should stay closed. That's my stance on that place. I'm not a thrill seeker. I believe in caution. I've seen enough in that brief visit to convince me that certain homes hold more than dusty floors and old furniture. That's all the evidence I need to keep a respectful distance from the house in Savannah that refuses to stay quiet, even though it appears abandoned. I remember the day I first saw that wooden reliquary at the museum in Salem. I was a researcher on local artifacts, and the museum's director gave me a chance to examine a newly arrived piece with supposed ties to witchcraft and darker practices. I figured it would just be another dusty old box with an exaggerated backstory. But the moment I touched it, I realized something about it was different. The surface seemed to vibrate under my fingertips, although it looked like plain dark wood. I told myself it was just the excitement of handling a new object, so I pushed the feeling aside and prepared to study it. The reliquary had intricate carvings on its exterior, swirling lines that looked almost like writing. When I opened it, there was a small vial inside containing a reddish liquid. At first I thought the liquid was dried up, but then I tilted the vial under the lamp and saw it move sluggishly. It reminded me of thick syrup. My stomach did a small flip, and I set the vial back inside the box, not sure what to make of it. Beside it, there were yellowed papers with old writing. I recognized some archaic script referencing curses and rituals. I stayed after hours that evening, wanting to take advantage of the quiet museum to organize my notes. The other staff had gone home, and the security guard only made rounds once every hour. I liked working in silence, but the empty corridors had a way of making me jumpy sometimes. When I returned to the reliquary's display room, I heard a soft tap, like a footstep on the tiled floor. I paused in the doorway, scanning the shadows. Nobody was there. Still, I felt like someone was standing behind me. I glanced over my shoulder, but the hall was empty. I shook my head and tried to ignore the tingling at the back of my neck. I sat at the small desk near the display case, where I had spread out my reference books. The reliquary sat under a single lamp. I picked up one of the old documents again. It spoke of a seal placed upon a spirit, locked within the wooden container. The text hinted that the liquid inside the vial was part of a binding ritual. I found it fascinating, but also disturbing. I'm used to reading about historical superstitions, but something about the way these lines were written felt more urgent. The penmanship looked rushed, as though the writer was desperate to finish before something happened. As I read, I sensed a sudden shift in the atmosphere. The air in the room felt heavier, almost thick. Then I heard a soft shuffle, like fabric brushing against the floor. My pulse quickened. I got up and looked around, thinking the security guard might have entered. The room was still. My flashlight was on the desk, so I used the lamp's glow to check the corners. Nothing, just the silhouettes of other exhibits behind glass. I returned to my chair, but my nerves were on edge. 10 minutes later, I heard footsteps in the hallway. They were slow and deliberate, heading my way. I felt relief, assuming it was the guard. But when I opened the door to say hello, the corridor was dark and empty. My breath caught. I called out a tentative greeting. No one answered. My heart thudded in my chest. I reminded myself the building was old, with creaking floors and echoes. I closed the door and returned to my notes, forcing my hands to steady. I concentrated on translating a particularly difficult passage in the old text. It described a process of liberating a trapped soul from the reliquary. There were words about a vow taken by whoever performed the ritual, and something about blood ties. I tried to make sense of it, but the dialect was ancient. Then I felt something cold brush the back of my neck like a faint breeze. But the room's windows were sealed shut. My chair squeaked as I jumped to my feet. The hairs on my arms stood up. I looked around, shining my small flashlight. The room was still empty. A wave of unease tightened my stomach. I glanced at the reliquary and noticed the vial. It seemed to glow under the lamp, a faint shimmer on the surface of the liquid. I took a step closer, ignoring the knot in my gut. The liquid was swirling slightly, as though stirred. That made no sense unless I had shaken the table, which I hadn't. My breathing grew shallow. I leaned in, carefully picking up the reliquary to check if I'd accidentally moved it. Right then, I heard a rasping whisper close to my ear, saying something I couldn't understand. I jolted so hard I nearly dropped the reliquary. Every instinct told me to leave the room, but I was also driven by curiosity. I set the reliquary down on the desk. My hands were shaking. I forced myself to check the hallway once more, flipping the light switch. The overhead bulbs flickered, then came on, illuminating the corridor. It was empty, as before. I swallowed, deciding I'd had enough for the night. I gathered my papers and started to pack up. As I did, I heard a soft voice behind me, barely audible, as if someone was trying to speak through layers of fabric. A chill shot down my back. My head whipped around. The reliquary sat there, open, the vial glowing faintly in the lamp's light. The voice seemed to come from that direction. I quickly closed the box, securing the lid. The whispering ceased. My heart pounded in my chest. My throat felt tight. I stuffed the old documents into a folder, not caring if I bent the edges. I needed to get out. On my way out of the room, I flicked off the lamp, leaving the reliquary in the dark. As I headed for the exit, I noticed the corridor lights flickering again. The echo of my footsteps sounded unusually loud. I nearly ran for the main door. The security guard was nowhere in sight, so I let myself out and locked the museum door behind me, breathing a sigh of relief when I felt the cool night air on my face. That night, I slept badly. Each time I drifted off, I dreamed of standing in the museum's corridor, hearing footsteps close in on me. Around 3 in the morning, I woke up with a start, convinced I heard that same whisper in my bedroom. My heartbeat was hammering. I checked all around, found nothing, and forced myself back to bed. The next day, I arrived at the museum with reluctance. The director asked me how my research was going. I offered a polite nod, not ready to share my strange experiences. I wanted more data before making any claims. I spent the morning studying other exhibits in a more populated section of the museum. In the afternoon, I couldn't avoid the reliquary any longer. I returned to the side room, this time with the overhead lights on. The reliquary looked unchanged. I felt foolish for my fear, suspecting I'd just been on edge the night before. Still, I wore a small protective pendant my grandmother had given me years ago out of an abundance of caution. I resumed my work, carefully reading the old texts. The director had left me alone, trusting my expertise. About an hour later, I noticed the liquid inside the vial was lower than before. I felt certain there had been more of it the previous day. My mind scrambled for a rational explanation. Could it have evaporated? The container was sealed. I opened the reliquary to check for leaks. The vial was intact. Suddenly, the temperature in the room dropped, sending a shiver through me. I heard a quiet scraping noise from the corner. The overhead lights dimmed for a split second, like a power surge. My scalp prickled, and I spun around, shining my flashlight. Nothing moved, but I realized I was trembling. I decided I should document everything in writing, so I pulled out my notebook. As I wrote down my observations, the overhead lights flickered again. My heart raced, but I forced myself to keep calm, focusing on the details of the artifact and the changes in the liquid level. Then a sudden sharp creak echoed from the hallway. I stiffened, expecting to see a coworker or visitor. When nobody appeared, I got up and walked slowly to the door. Peering out, I saw the hallway lights flickering at the far end. I called out, "Hello?" My voice came out shaky. Silence. I noticed a faint shadow move across the wall, but I couldn't see who made it. I took a few steps, but the shadow disappeared behind a corner. Uneasiness built in my chest. I retreated into the reliquary room and locked the door from the inside, my hand trembling as I turned the latch. I told myself I'd finish my notes and leave. I sat back down, trying to steady my breathing. My gaze drifted to the reliquary again. The box was partially open. I was certain I'd closed it moments ago. My stomach twisted. The lid was slightly ajar, revealing the vial inside. My throat went dry. I forced myself to approach it. As I reached for the lid, the box gave a tiny jerk, as if something inside moved. My heart jumped, and I yanked my hand back. Then I heard the same raspy whisper from the night before, issuing from the reliquary. The words were indistinct, but they sounded pleading, like someone asking for help. My entire body tensed. I wanted to run, but I couldn't look away. The voice sounded desperate and in pain. A chill sweat broke out on my forehead. After a few seconds, the whisper died. The box fell still. I slammed the lid shut, hands shaking. I realized I wasn't going to get more sensible research done that day. I packed my files, shoved them in my bag, and hurried out. This time, I found the security guard in the corridor. He gave me a curious look, probably because I was pale and sweating. I offered a quick nod and left. The next day, I told the director that the reliquary might have a volatile history, or that it needed special handling. He just nodded politely and changed the subject, not wanting to discuss anything too bizarre. I still visit the museum, but I avoid that side room if I can. Sometimes I walk by and see the reliquary behind glass, looking inert. But I know what I heard, and I remember how the liquid inside the vial seemed to vanish on its own. I remember the whisper that sounded like, "Set me free," in a low, raspy tone. I've had colleagues tease me about letting my imagination run wild, but I was there, and I know how real it felt. Now I keep a cautious distance, focusing on less unsettling artifacts. Every so often I get a late-night chill and recall that whisper in my ear. I wonder if something is truly trapped in that box, hoping for release, or if it's just leftover energy from a dark ritual. Either way, I can't shake the memory of hearing that voice up close. I don't speak about it much, but I've decided that I'll never try to open the reliquary again. Some things are better left sealed and silent. If the museum wants to display it, that's their choice. But I keep my distance, and I never stay after hours in that wing anymore. It's a personal boundary I won't cross again. I first heard about the old bus depot from a friend who loved urban exploration. She told me about a fenced-off lot in Denver where the city dumped its retired school buses. The story was that a few kids would sneak in at night to take eerie photos. They claimed to hear strange noises and see shapes in the windows of the rusted vehicles. I thought it sounded like another exaggerated ghost tale, but I was curious. One weekend, I decided to investigate by myself. I had a decent camera and wanted to capture some dramatic shots of aging buses in the moonlight. I chose a night with a bright full moon to get enough natural lighting without needing flash. I wore dark clothes and drove out to the depot. The chain-link fence surrounding it was tall, topped with barbed wire, but there was a spot where the fence had come loose near the bottom. Someone had propped it up with a piece of wood. I crouched and slipped through. My heart thumped a little faster than normal as I thought about security guards or stray animals. Still, the place looked deserted. Inside, I found rows of old school buses lined up in crooked aisles. Some had cracked windshields, others had missing doors or broken headlights. The metal frames were rusted. The smell of stale rubber and damp upholstery lingered in the air. The moonlight reflected off the chipped yellow paint, giving the vehicles an unsettling glow. I walked slowly, my footsteps crunching on debris, broken glass, bits of metal, and torn seat cushions. The silence pressed in on me, broken only by the distant hum of city traffic. I raised my camera and took a few shots, adjusting the settings to capture the dim light. Each shutter click echoed in the quiet lot. I moved deeper between the rows of buses. The wind rustled through open windows, making soft, whooshing sounds. I felt a prickle at the back of my neck, like I was being watched. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see someone, but there was only the line of empty buses. At one point, I noticed faint handprints on the side of a bus, as if kids had pressed their palms against it. The prints seemed recent, but I couldn't be sure. I climbed up the worn steps of the nearest bus. The floor creaked under my weight. The interior was dark, with rows of seats torn and partially collapsed. A few overhead lights dangled from the ceiling, broken. I flashed my camera around, snapping pictures. Dust particles swirled in the beam of my flashlight. The seats had graffiti, and the aisle was littered with wrappers and old papers. I felt my stomach tighten. It wasn't just the decay, it was the atmosphere. Something felt heavier than the usual creepiness of an abandoned place. I moved down the aisle and saw tiny footprints on some of the seats. It made no sense. They looked like small shoe prints, as if a child had stood on the cushions. My flashlight trembled a bit. I forced myself to keep going. In the rear, I tried the emergency exit door, but it was jammed. Then I heard a metallic clang from outside. I froze. My pulse jumped. I switched off my flashlight, crouched behind a seat, and listened. For a moment there was silence. Then I heard a subtle scraping noise, like a bus door opening on rusty hinges. My breathing grew rapid. I wondered if security had arrived, or maybe there were other trespassers. Gathering my courage, I slowly rose and peeked out a side window. I didn't see anyone. The lot looked empty, just rows of vehicles under the moonlight. I crept back to the front, stepped down the bus steps, and emerged into the open air again. I headed toward another row to see if I could find where the noise had come from. That's when I noticed a door on one bus was slightly open. A gust of wind could have caused it, but I was still uneasy. I aimed my camera at it and took a photo. The flash illuminated the interior for a split second, and I thought I saw movement inside. My heart pounded. I forced myself to approach the bus. The front doors were ajar. I stepped inside and scanned with my flashlight. The aisle was empty. The seats looked trashed, but I felt an odd shift in the air, like the temperature had dropped. I heard a faint giggle. It sounded like a child. I whipped my light around, half expecting to see a kid crouched behind a seat. Nothing. My grip on the flashlight tightened. I told myself I must be imagining things, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was there. I snapped a few pictures, then exited quickly, my heart still pounding. Outside, I took a deep breath. I wondered if I should leave, but my curiosity was too strong. I saw a large bus at the far end of the lot with tinted windows. It stood separate from the others, like it had been pushed aside. I walked there, passing bus after bus, each looking more broken. The moonlight cast weird shadows through their windows. I kept checking behind me, feeling paranoid. When I reached the tinted bus, I tried the front door. It was locked. I decided to look around the side. The emergency exit door in the back was broken open. I hauled myself up, stepping into the bus. The seats were a different style, maybe a newer model at one point. Still, it looked neglected, with torn cushions and shattered glass on the floor. Suddenly, the bus's front doors slammed shut on their own. The sound made me jump so hard I dropped my camera. It clattered onto the aisle. My pulse thundered in my ears. I scrambled to pick it up, checking if the lens was intact. That's when the overhead lights flickered. The bus should have had no power, but something made those lights glow faintly, then blink out. My throat tightened. I tried to rush to the front, but the door wouldn't budge. It felt locked or jammed from the outside. My mouth went dry as I realized I was trapped. I banged on the door, calling out to see if anyone was there. No answer. I turned and saw something move in the reflection of the windshield. It looked like a silhouette in one of the seats. I spun around, shining my flashlight. Empty seats. My chest hurt from how fast my heart was beating. Then I heard whispers, as if multiple voices were talking at once. The words were muffled, not in English. My skin crawled. I rushed to the back, trying to push open the emergency exit. It didn't move. I forced my shoulder against it, gritting my teeth. It finally gave way after a few tries, and I tumbled out, landing on my hands and knees in the gravel. My camera dangled from its strap around my neck. I scrambled to my feet, breathing in sharp gasps. I looked back at the tinted bus, half expecting to see someone staring from the window. The glass was dark, and I couldn't see inside. I felt nauseous, like I had just escaped a nightmare. I decided it was time to leave. I needed to get out of that depot. I navigated the rows toward the fence, my flashlight beam skittering across dented metal and broken headlights. I thought I heard laughter echo between the buses. I spotted a flicker of light in one window, like a headlight turning on for half a second. My pulse spiked again. I kept walking fast, ignoring the urge to look more closely. My entire body was tense, and I just wanted to be out of there. When I reached the fence, I had trouble finding the loose section. My hands trembled as I searched along the chain links. Finally, I found the gap and ducked through. Once I was on the other side, I felt a wave of relief. My car was parked a short distance away. I ran to it, got in, and locked the doors. I sat there, catching my breath, checking the time. It was only a little past midnight, but it felt like I had been in that depot for hours. I drove away, my mind racing. As soon as I found a well-lit gas station, I pulled in and parked. I inspected my camera footage on the small screen. Most of the photos were normal, just dim shots of bus interiors. But a few images had strange blurs or streaks. In one picture, I saw what could have been a pale figure peering out from behind a seat. It was out of focus, but it looked like a small face. My heartbeat thumped again. I tried to calm down by sipping water, but my hands wouldn't stop shaking. Over the next few days, I told a couple of friends what happened. They said the depot was rumored to be haunted by the ghosts of kids who died in a bus crash long ago. Some said it was just a local legend. Others claimed they'd heard the same stories about doors slamming and odd lights flickering at night. I didn't know what to believe, but I trusted my own eyes and ears. I wasn't looking for a paranormal encounter. I only wanted some dramatic photos of old buses. Instead, I came out with shaky evidence of something I couldn't explain. I never went back. I even avoided that part of town for a while. Every time I thought about climbing onto another abandoned bus, I remembered the clang of doors locking behind me and the childlike giggles. Those sounds stuck in my mind. When I tried to sleep, I sometimes pictured small faces peering through shattered windows or heard faint whispers echoing in the metal aisles. Now, when anyone asks me about the best places to explore for interesting photography in Denver, I skip mentioning the old bus depot. If they bring it up themselves, I warn them it's not worth the risk. I tell them the fence is probably better secured now, and that security might check it. Most people assume I'm just being cautious about trespassing. I let them believe that. It's simpler than explaining the eerie experiences, the doors that slammed on their own, the sudden drop in temperature, and the whispers that felt so real. I still have the pictures, though I don't show them often. A few have odd smudges and strange lights, but nothing is perfectly clear. My memories are more vivid than any photo could be. I remember each rusted seat, every creak of the bus floors, and the moment I felt trapped with no explanation. Some nights, I wake up thinking I hear that faint giggle again, trailing off into silence. Then I remember I'm at home, safe. The only thing left to remind me is the set of images on my camera's memory card and the nagging feeling that those buses aren't just empty vehicles. Something still lingers inside them. That's enough for me. I don't plan to return, and I don't suggest anyone else does either. If they do, I just hope they're prepared for whatever they might encounter. The memory of that place still unsettles me, even now. I arrived in Charlotte for a quick business trip and needed a hotel that didn't break my budget. My usual choices were booked, so I ended up at the Montclair. From the outside, it looked like it once had some grandeur, with tall pillars and a wide front entrance. But the paint was peeling, and the sign hung crookedly, showing obvious signs of age. I checked in at the front desk, and the receptionist, a gray-haired older man, barely said a word. He handed me a key labeled 509, and muttered something about possible nighttime noises. I glanced around the lobby. It had fading wallpaper, worn carpet, and a few old chairs. A musty smell lingered in the air, like stale perfume mixed with dampness. The receptionist offered a weak smile, then gestured toward the elevator. He warned me that the lift could be slow. I felt uneasy for some reason I couldn't pinpoint. I just wanted to put my bags in the room and get some rest before my meeting the next day. As I waited for the elevator doors to open, the overhead light flickered. Inside, the small cabin smelled like old metal and some kind of cleaning product. The elevator rattled upward, making a dull thud at each floor. By the time I reached the fifth, my nerves were already on edge. The doors slid open onto a dimly lit corridor. The carpeting was threadbare, and the walls were painted a yellowish tint that had probably darkened over the years. I stepped out, checking the brass numbers on each door as I walked. The hallway seemed unnaturally quiet, almost muffled, like I was walking through heavy air. My footsteps felt too loud against the silence. Then I heard a faint singing. It was distant and soft, like someone humming a lullaby. I paused and listened, but it stopped. I shrugged it off. Maybe another guest had a radio on, or maybe I was just tired. I found room 509 near the end of the corridor. The door looked battered, with scratches around the doorknob. When I gripped the knob, it felt warm in my hand, which struck me as odd because the hallway was fairly cool. I pushed the door open. The room was small, with a single bed, a dresser, and a small table holding an old radio alarm clock. The air felt stuffy, so I walked over to the window to see if it opened. It did, but only a crack. A faint smell of old flowers or potpourri drifted in, though I couldn't see any floral arrangements around. I set my suitcase on the bed and took a look around. The wallpaper was faded, and the edges curled in places. The bedspread looked clean enough, though outdated. I kicked off my shoes and sat on the bed, letting out a sigh. It had been a long drive. I tried to get comfortable, but something about the room felt off, like there was a slight pressure in the air that made it hard to relax. Despite my unease, I turned off the main light and settled in. I'm a light sleeper, so I always notice small noises. Around 2 a.m, I woke up suddenly. The radio alarm clock was emitting static, even though I hadn't touched it before falling asleep. I rolled over and switched it off, pressing several buttons until the static finally cut out. That's when I heard a voice outside my door. It was faint, singing a melody in a hushed tone. It sounded old-fashioned, like a classical lullaby or an opera piece sung very softly. My chest tightened. I slipped out of bed, my heart pounding. I pressed my ear to the door but heard nothing. I mustered some courage and looked through the peephole. The hallway was dimly lit, and at first I saw no one. Then a figure moved at the edge of my vision, a woman in what looked like an old evening gown, with her hair pinned up. She stood with her back to my door, humming that same melody. My scalp tingled, and a wave of cold spread through my body. I reached for the doorknob, unsure if I should open it or not. In a sudden burst of bravado, I decided to see if she needed help or if she was just a random guest. The second I opened the door, the corridor was empty. The entire hallway was silent. My heart hammered so loudly I could feel the pulse in my ears. I took a few steps out, glanced left and right, but the woman was gone. No sound of footsteps, no trace of anyone. I backed up and slipped into my room, shutting the door firmly. I locked it, then slid the chain across. My breathing felt shallow. I told myself it was just a dream or a trick of exhaustion. About 10 minutes later, as I lay in bed with the blankets pulled up to my chin, I heard the singing again. This time, it was even softer, almost inside the room. I sat up, flicked on the lamp by the bed, and strained to listen. The voice floated near the walls like a faint echo. I felt goosebumps prickling along my arms. I whispered, "Hello," into the silence, but there was no response. The singing stopped, replaced by a heavy quiet. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I kept the bedside lamp on and watched the clock move slowly toward dawn. At around 4, I heard what sounded like a gentle tap on the wall behind the headboard. 3 taps, then a pause. 3 taps again. I forced myself to stay calm, focusing on my breathing. Eventually, I heard footsteps in the hallway. Real footsteps, not humming. I relaxed a little, realizing it was probably another guest walking to their room. I must have dozed off briefly after that because the next thing I knew, it was 6 in the morning, and the early light came through the window. I grabbed a quick shower and tried to brush off the night's weird events. I almost convinced myself I had imagined the singing due to stress. I left the hotel to attend my business meetings for the day, feeling on edge but determined to get through. The day passed with normal routine, presentations, handshakes, note-taking. By evening, I was drained. I considered checking out and finding another place, but everything else in the area was booked for a conference. I told myself I'd survive one more night. When I returned to the Montclair, I noticed the old man behind the desk watching me with a tired expression. He asked, "Did you rest well, sir?" There was a hint of concern in his voice. I shrugged. "Heard some odd noises, that's all." He gave a knowing nod, but didn't explain. He just said, "She likes to sing." That was all he offered. I felt a jolt of apprehension. I wanted to ask more, but I didn't know how to phrase my question. I made my way back up to 509, feeling tension gather in my shoulders. This time, the corridor smelled faintly like burnt wood, or maybe something musty. The lights flickered as I passed. When I entered my room, I noticed a subtle scent of roses, though I hadn't seen any flowers anywhere in the hotel. The air felt thick again. My head started to ache. I tried to distract myself with some TV, but the reception was bad, and the screen showed mostly static. I ordered a small dinner from a nearby takeout place, ate quickly, and tried to settle in for the night. Around midnight, the radio turned on by itself, playing static at a low volume. My pulse raced. I got up, clicked the radio off, and yanked the cord from the outlet for good measure. Not long after, I heard that humming again. This time, it came from the hallway. I tensed up, debating whether I should investigate or just ignore it. I forced myself to open the door. The corridor was lit by those dull lights, and at the far end, near the flickering overhead lamp, I saw the woman in the evening gown again. Her face was turned away, her shoulders slightly hunched, as if she was deep in her song. My stomach twisted. I wanted to call out, but the sound caught in my throat. Her humming continued for a few more seconds. Then she stopped, turned her head slowly, as if sensing me, and vanished like she'd stepped out of existence. I swear it looked like she simply dissolved into thin air. My legs felt weak, and I grabbed the doorframe to keep from collapsing. After a moment, I rushed back inside, slammed the door, and locked it again. My heart pounded, and I could barely catch my breath. That was more than just a trick of the light or a hallucination. I was certain I'd seen her vanish. I sat on the edge of my bed, thinking about what the desk clerk had said. She likes to sing. Maybe this was some sort of legend among the staff. I remembered hearing rumors that a singer once died in the Montclair under tragic circumstances, possibly in a fire that affected the 5th floor. I'd brushed off such stories before, but now I was witnessing something that seemed beyond rational explanation. Around 2 in the morning, the old radio started making noise again, even though I'd unplugged it. My stomach dropped. The static rose, then I heard a faint voice through it, humming that same lullaby. I felt an overwhelming dread as I stared at the unplugged cord. It made no sense. I gathered my belongings on the spot. My hands shook, and my breath came fast. I refused to stay in that room another minute. I threw my bag over my shoulder and marched out into the corridor, practically running toward the elevator. The elevator took forever to arrive. I jabbed the button repeatedly, glancing over my shoulder at the empty hallway. My ears rang with tension. I half expected that figure to appear again. Finally, the doors opened, and I rushed in. The ride down was painfully slow, accompanied by clunks and shudders. When the doors slid open into the lobby, I saw the same older man at the desk. He gave me a sympathetic look, as if he knew exactly why I was leaving in the middle of the night. I checked out without arguing about any fees. I just wanted to get out. The desk clerk apologized softly and said something about our resident singer. I nodded, not in the mood to learn more. I hurried out into the night, loaded my suitcase into my car, and drove off. My hands were still shaking as I gripped the steering wheel. I ended up sleeping in my car in a well-lit parking lot. I didn't care about the discomfort. I felt safer than I did in that room. The next day, I booked a different hotel, one that cost more but didn't carry the same unsettling vibe. Since then, I've told a few people about my experience at the Montclair. Reactions vary. Some think I was stressed or hallucinating. Others say they've heard of that hotel's reputation and believe every word. All I know is I heard someone singing in the middle of the night, saw a woman in an old gown vanish before my eyes, and watched a radio work without power. None of that will ever feel normal to me. I still get chills remembering her voice echoing in the hallway. I'm never staying at the Montclair again, and if anyone mentions it, I tell them exactly what happened. Sometimes they laugh, but they weren't there to see that corridor or hear that lullaby. I was, and that's enough to keep me away.